To our board advance, and welcome to all of our principals and district office personnel and all these lovely people that are visiting us today. Kate, nice to see you all. Today, I'm calling meeting to order. Hit the gavel. Today is Buddha's birthday. So it's primarily celebrated in South, East, and Southeast Asia. So happy birthday, Buddha. Please join me in the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Erin, could we have roll call, please?
Yes. Trustee Leon.
Here.
Trustee Manhattan, absent. Trustee Chow.
Here.
Trustee Lu.
Here.
Trustee Vogel.
Here. Thank you. Board agenda approval, a motion, please.
So moved.
Thanks, Jerry.
I'll second.
Thank you, Ava. Roll call vote.
Trustee Leon.
Aye.
Trustee Chow.
Aye.
Trustee Lu.
Aye.
Trustee Vogel.
Aye. Do we have any communication from employee organizations today, Erin?
Yes, we do. We have CEA President Kate Lee.
Okay, welcome, Kate.
Good afternoon, board, executive cabinet, all our CEA members, CUSD employees, and our CUSD parents and community. I will save my comments regarding the lack of mutually beneficial proposals to CEA from the CUSD negotiations team for this evening's regular board meeting. So I'll just say for now, each board member, you should have been reading and therefore heard from many teachers the concerns we have regarding negotiations from the emails that have been sent to the board these past 2 weeks. I know Phyllis has had a busy 2 weeks and definitely morning responding to those, and we do appreciate your responses. Just be assured that you will have an opportunity to listen to your teachers tonight. Regarding the agenda today for your study sessions, I would like to address CEA's concerns in a couple of areas. First, I want to let you know that I'm working closely with Allison and Adolfo to create mutually agreed upon times for the professional development that will be required for teachers for Portrait of a Learner next year, as well as PBIS. This will include our elementary Tuesday early release and middle school late start Wednesdays, and as well as our learning days. CEA and CUSD are also addressing and ensuring that along with providing PD for teachers, which will be so essential for these programs to be successful, the district will also be providing transformative leadership training for all educational service directors, principals, assistant principals, and special education management next year. That also is essential. We both believe that this is essential for PLL to succeed and for teachers to be able to grow and experiment with developing Portrait of a Learner in their classrooms next year and establishing it with fidelity over the next few years. And I appreciate and thank you for working together on this. Secondly, the growth of TK in CUSD and the TK plans for next year. Our amazing TK teachers have been developing TK programs and curriculum from the very first TK classes we started at CUSD. I remember so clearly because Regnart was one of the first schools that had TK classes when I was teaching there. And Jocelyn Sue and Lisa Greeley created amazing, engaging, and age-appropriate TK social and educational curriculum and activities for their students. Michelle Harridge, who now directs TK for CUSD, has brought so much more to our TK curriculum and materials, and we really appreciate and thank her for that and thank the district for that. I'm glad to see the district addressing appropriate playground equipment for TK. This is so important in terms of, sorry, I should have made my font larger on my screen. This is so important for our TK to move forward because we really need the correct size for these little ones. And we all agree that our schools were never originally built to accommodate 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds. But that is what we have to ensure at all our sites with TK now. Here is a listing of the California Ed Code that we need to make sure we are in compliance with as we move forward and grow TK. And some of this is not included in the presentation today, but I want to make sure that the board and the district is taking this into account as well. We've been talking with them about compliance all year. So for outdoor play areas, some of this was addressed. Outdoor space shall be, so this is the Ed Code. Outdoor space shall be sufficient for the number of children using the space at any given time and meet the following additional requirements. Include adequate shade to protect preschool children from harmful sun exposure. Be accessible only to preschool, transitional K, and kindergarten age students. Outdoor space shall be enclosed by a fence or other protective barrier to protect children and to keep them in the outdoor activity area. The fence or barrier shall be at least 4 feet high. Equipment and activity areas shall be arranged so that there is no hazard with conflicting activities. Playground equipment should be age appropriate and securely anchored to the ground unless it is portable by design. And it looks like this one is really being addressed to look at over the summer and improve. The areas around and under climbing equipment, swings, slides, and other similar play equipment shall be surrounded by a shock-absorbing surface, which extends at least 6 feet beyond the perimeter of the stationary equipment. Now, that area that I think we really, really need to look at, because again, our buildings were not built for this, is toileting requirements under Ed Code for TK and K. Toilets and drinking fountains must be within a TK and or K complex. That means inside of a K classrooms or within an enclosed gated area only for TK and K. They need to be accessible to enrolled children of TK and K during the entire school day. They should not be accessible by any adults or kids in grades older than that. The ratios should be for water closets, that's a toilet, but no sink, 1 to 20. So 1 toilet per 20 TK students. If there are 2 toilets, you can have a range of 21 to 50. Over 50 students, you have to add a toilet for every 50 students. Lavatories, that's a toilet and a sink, need to be at 1 to 25. Drinking fountains can be 1 to 150, which is great. However, drinking fountains shall not be installed in toilet rooms or having to go use that is the only place where they can get water is inside of a toilet. There needs to be water outside, not in the toilet, in the bathroom area. So that needs to be outside of the bathroom area. Where food is consumed indoors, water stations may be substituted for drinking fountains. Offices or public buildings for use by more than 6 persons shall have 1 drinking fountain for the first 150 persons. A drinking fountain shall not be required in occupancies of 30 or less. When a drinking fountain is not required, then you need to have the water stands. We're not 100% there on any of these codes at all of our sites that will be having TK and that currently have TK. And I strongly, strongly urge the board to ensure that we are before school opens next August. The other study session item I'd like to comment on is the proposed renovations and cost of the district move to Meyerholtz. One thing I clearly remember as a parent in CUSD before I became a teacher, as well as in my first decade of teaching, and I know Phyllis, you will remember this as well. It was the pride that CUSD management and the CUSD school board had and promoted about not spending millions of dollars on cushy, pricey district offices. The old DO was housed at Vista and some other areas over there, and they were not cushy, and they were not tons of millions of dollars poured into them, but they were serviceable. And we were proud of that because the money, it assured me as a parent and it assured me as a teacher that the money the district had was going to students, classrooms, and the teachers who take care of our students and teach in our classrooms. Unfortunately, those days are long gone, beginning with the move to Mary Street, which has not only included millions of dollars going to rent over these years, but also hundreds of thousands that was spent on renovating these office areas. Pouring all that money to renovate a space we are leasing, I never understood, and I never will understand that. Because that was during a time when we were getting 0 raises or very, 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 very small raises, or they were dependent on parcel taxes, which didn't pass. And so we were left with increasing prices, cost of living, and no raises, and increasing healthcare costs that we had to cover at that time. We appreciate the district covering those healthcare costs now. So I am still stunned and mystified that the district e-cabinet brought a proposal, which is a recommendation, and plan to the board of putting us into a debt for 30 years on a loan of $11 million so that they can renovate Meyerholtz to once again have cushy, pricey offices. While at the same time telling teachers they can't afford capping caseloads in special education classes so our special education professionals can meet the immediate needs of our most vulnerable student population to ensure that they can transition to less restrictive environments over their years at CUSD. While we are being told no, no, no to everything we propose for planning and preparation times for teachers in elementary schools, particularly, who have to teach every subject throughout the year and have students that need way more hand-holding and are in years of critical foundational learning and skills. Again, no, no, no. We're told no, that we can't afford a 3% salary increase, but we're given no data or proof of their position on that, even when asked. CA does not support the initial plan presented of a 30-year loan of $11 million or $8 million. We would like to see no renovations or could support a very low level of renovations and all renovations to be done so that if Meyerholtz is needed as a school site again, that can be easily accomplished at a small cost. We would also agree to continue the lease if we are currently locked into, although notice was given before board approved the idea and was told about the idea of the cost of these renovations. So I'm hoping that we can get back into that lease at a good price, much below current market prices, that goes until 2030 and lease out Meyerholtz until that time and make the move to Meyerholtz after 2030. We're also letting you know that we would and do want to support, because that's another thing on the agenda today, a bond proposal. But we want to see that the money that the financials of the district and the money that we have and the money that will be coming in as we move into community funding or basic aid is used to go to the classrooms, the teachers, and not to some of the things that we've been hearing lately. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Public comment. Public comment for an advance is only on items on the agenda. Do we have any public comment today?
No, we do not.
Okay, thank you. So with that, we'll move into our board study session. Stacy.
Thank you. So today is our final advance for the 23-24 school year. We have 5 topics that we'd like to cover today. I will kind of be the official timekeeper to try to keep us on track. We'll take a slight break in the middle of the afternoon, but we are hoping to finish this portion by 5:15, and then we'll start our regular session this evening. So with that, I know that we have many guests here from Ed Services, and our site principals are here, and we're excited. This has been our journey over the last 2 years of pursuing our Portrait of a Learner, really that next level of work with our strategic plan. We've had some amazing work done in this last portion. Our last meetings, we shared a real brief update about the roadmap work. And the reason for that was really, how do we plan to move forward? This is a large movement that we want. We want to include everybody in that movement, including our community. And so as we roll out this roadmap, this is kind of the next step, is making sure that you as a board is aware of where we're going in our next plans. I will share part of the excitement for me today is, our second session when we start talking about our district priorities and how do we align that with the portrait of a learner, because I think it is just so valuable for us. We're all continuing in that alignment. We worked very hard over the last 3 years to make that our strategic plan, our district priorities, our LCAPs, our site plans, all aligned together. And I think we all look forward to continuing that work. So I am going to turn it over to Allison and the Ed Services who will kick us off. And we will be up and moving about during this portion of the session. So awesome.
So I'm very thankful to have community and principals here and really turning it over to them to get us started. They've got.
All right. Good afternoon. Joining me today in our presentation will be Marie, Lynn, and Sarah as well as part of our Portrait of a Learner planning team. We're going to share with you an update on our Portrait of a Learner. Specifically, we want to cover a few things related to since we last met. And so since we last met, we met with you back in January, and we had shared with you an initial draft of our Portrait of a Learner competencies. And we have our wonderful graphic here that has really been kind of the cornerstone and the foundation to a lot of the work that we have done since we last met with you. At that last session, we shared with you data that we had collected from the Portrait of a Learner poster activity, which you actually had an opportunity to participate in and give feedback on our Portrait of a Learner competencies. And a lot has come out of that feedback in terms of what we did throughout the spring, and then some of the plans that we have moving into the summer. And so we're excited to share all of that information with you. Since we last met, we did have our roadmap 21 convening. That happened over 4 days in March, to at the beginning of the month and towards the end of the month. As you'll see, our goal really was to pull a diverse team together. All departments represented. Additionally, we had teacher representation. We had representation from our CSEA and CEA leadership, principals, along with Ed Services, business, office, tech, all of our teams, HR, et cetera, because we really wanted to spend time and engage everyone in a process to determine what we want to happen in the coming year, and also co-create our theory of action on how we hope to achieve our larger vision of future readiness for our students. So we discussed the components needed to design a system to support deeper learning. And the power of really having a diverse team in the room allowed everyone an opportunity to see where they and their teams fit within this system. And as you can see with the graphic on the right, that really served as opportunities for us to think deep about what are the critical components of a system to support deeper learning. And each one of those pie pieces really around things like visionary leadership, a thriving ecosystem, deeper learning design, caring and responsive culture, an empowered workforce, and measurable impact and stewardship allowed the different and various teams to see themselves all part of this large effort that we hope to kind of point all of our arrows in the same direction so that we can make progress with that. And as we began to our planning work to operationalize some of this, we looked at some of these common on-ramps to start this work. You can see that some of them were centered around really setting the stage in terms of foundations of what does it mean to shift roles to promote deeper learning? How do we define that? What do we need to do with our portrait competencies to really unpack them, to bring them to life? Professional learning cycles, and even conversations around what assessment may look like in the future. As we engaged in this work, we did a number of different activities, one of which you're going to experience shortly, and to give you a bit of a taste of what the roadmap 21 work felt like. But one of the big key pieces of this Roadmap 21 work was to co-create a theory of action among all of the partners in the room, which really serves as the foundation of our roadmaps, both short and long-term goals. The theory of action shows the chain of reasoning for change that builds educator capacity to bring the portrait to life and how those changes will result in students who are future ready. After a great deal of time and discussion, many of whom were part of that will agree it was a great deal of time and discussion, we landed on our theory of action, which I'd like to read for you. If we engage students, staff, parents, and community members in the design of a coherent, future-ready learning framework to guide decision-making and ensure time and resources for professional learning, collaboration, and the celebrations of the journey, then educators will be empowered to design deeper learning experiences and assessments collaboratively, which will result in students using their strong foundation in academics and portrait of a learner competencies to pursue their own learning goals with agency to adapt, grow, and thrive. CUSD students will positively contribute to our rapidly changing world. Theory of actions have that structure. It's typically an if-then process. And oftentimes they'll throw an and in there. And as much as it feels very much like a run-on sentence, there are critical pieces in there. And some of those critical pieces that were elevated in our discussion centered around engagement of partners. Engaging staff, parents, and community members was a large part of the discussion. We really want all people to understand and know what it is we're trying to accomplish and have voice in this process. A second critical piece in this was around the ensuring of time and resources. We heard very clearly that this will take time, that we need to make sure that the time is given to our staff, our educators, to really wrestle with this, grapple with this, truly understand this, but then also resources to help them make these changes and these shifts within their classroom. And a third piece that was really critical was around empowering educators to design deeper learning. The instructional shifts that will need to occur really center around teachers stepping into that role of designer of learning experiences and how through the training and the resources that empowerment will grow. And so, as I mentioned before, we engaged in some great activities, and I'm going to kick it over to Lynn and Marie, who are going to lead us all in one of those.
So the final line in our theory of action says CUSD students will positively contribute to a rapidly changing world. So what does this look like? Today, we're going to have an opportunity to go a little deeper into understanding what those changes are, what those changes are in the world, and which we call landscape shifts. And so when we say why consider landscape shifts, is so that we can also consider the qualities that our learners need to best navigate this ever-changing world. More specifically, we're going to look at what do these changes mean in relation to our portrait of a learner. One of the reasons that schools exist is to develop students who can personally thrive and productively contribute to society. So to do this, students need to have knowledge, skills, mindset, literacy to successfully meet today's and tomorrow's opportunities or the lay of the land. So as a district, we need to know how the lay of the land is shifting in order to know what qualities our learners need to succeed. So the folks at Battelle have gone through the research and they've categorized the shifts into 4 main buckets to make sense of the many ways that the world is changing. So the buckets are workforce, pace of change, global and social intelligence, all undergirded by the science of learning. So today we'll have time to explore the changes in both society and education in each of these categories, and then consider how important they are to our education of students.
Oh, thanks. So we're going to, I'm going to just go over the different categories a little bit more. These are presented in a set of cards, and that will be a part of the activity that we'll engage in. So the first one, workforce. we're really looking at how we are moving from the routine approaches to work to the non-routine. Service economy is really big, gig economy, remote work. These are big shifts and changes that have happened. And it's our opportunity to see how these changes could possibly impact our students in the future. Pace of change, we're looking at technology. How is it shifting? You know, Moore's law is still happening. You know, what is going on that is quickening the pace? There is an information explosion. We think about AI and what's happening there, and innovation. There's innovation in all sorts of areas. What shifts in the environment, demographic shifts, connectivity. So many different things are happening across the planet. So thinking about those different shifts. And then we'll be looking at social intelligence. So considering the different ways that we are building that, how does that impact our students? The design mindset is big, discourse, empathy, all of these pieces that are so critical for our students to start to really embody as they move forward. And then we'll also look at the science of learning. One more. Oh, and there you go. So thinking about old SMART versus new SMART. So what was traditionally thought of as, you know, the right approach to take to help build students learning versus what we're looking at now. It integrates so much more. Learning design, how does that shift because of the ways that we need to shift our approaches? And then how do we build student agency? So we'll be taking a look at all of those different pieces. And on the next slide, if it works. Is it not? Oh, there we go. Here's an image of what these cards are going to look like. So we've got little buckets around the room, and we've got posters that you can see around the room. And in those buckets, we have these cards, and those are the cards that we're looking at today. And our process is going to be for all of you trustees to choose one station to go to. But if there is another trustee there, choose another station. You'll get 2 rounds to experience this. And we are going to have some wonderful facilitators helping to guide you through this process. In fact, I'd like to invite our facilitators to just stand at a location that they're going to be facilitating. So we have Adrian, Allison, Cynthia, Howie, and Kirsten, who are going to a station right now. And to the one we want. And they're hustling to that station because they're going to be staying there, but you are not. So, so we're going to have 2 rounds, and what we're going to do is have a little bit of time to quietly just look through a few cards, and then your very capable facilitators are going to engage you in a conversation. And during that conversation, what we'll do is focus on maybe how those cards that really kind of touched you and you want to talk about, how do they measure up to these questions? And the questions are all on the posters. The questions are, what connections are you making to the information on your card? And you might just have one card you're speaking to. In what ways has the information on the card extended your thinking? And what challenges do you foresee for the school district in responding to the information on your card? We're only going to be having about 13 minutes per station, and then we'll keep time. Don't worry about that. And we'll have you move to another station that you're interested in. Same thing. If there's another trustee there, choose a different station, because we want to make sure that, you know, we have a lot of feedback. And what we'll do at the very end is have a 1-minute share out from our facilitators summarizing the feedback that you gave to us. Are there any questions about this process?
So there are 4 of us here today rather than 5, so perhaps the superintendent would. All right.
Fantastic.
All right.
Awesome. Any other questions? So what I would like to request is not only for the trustees to go, but everyone else who's here, choose a station to go to so that we can have more dialogue that's happening. And Lynn and I will help keep the process moving, and we'll let you know when we're ready to start, okay? Okay, so this is your cue to get up and go to a station that is calling to you. Okay.
to think about your key takeaways about what matters for teaching our kids. What matters in learning, how learning is going to shift based on that group that you're in. So Cynthia, why don't we start with you?
Okay. I will go first. I think a key takeaway from both groups was around the need to shift the way that we think about learning. We're more traditional right now in the way we think about learning on the things that we see in the classroom. And in order to support kind of what the global trends are and what our community is like, we have to really shift that. So it's not filling in the blanks or just memorizing something, right? It's about synthesizing, it's about that old smart, new smart. I don't know which group that's in, but that's another card that has that. And so we talked a lot about that. Connected to that, we also know that we have a very diverse community and that there may be some cultural differences around that. Maybe they're very much, maybe some families or some cultures are like, oh, but this is how we learn. This is what success looks like. So how do we also help to bridge the cultural divide around that? And then part of the learning as well, we talked about is helping kids to feel empowered and to be aware of these global problems, and then to be able to say, hey, you know what, I can do something about it.
Thank you. Questions for that group? Comment? Hey, how are you?
So I think kind of building off of that, right? Ours is social intelligence, and there are some key aspects for students. That self-awareness, self-regulation, internal versus and intrinsic motivations, empathy, and social skills with a high level of thoughts. And as we're thinking about the educational impact, this is all around SEL learning and PBIS, right? And to help develop our students in their ability to empathize and work with others, it's going to promote them to be able to engage in civic discourse, right? We talked about cancel culture a lot. How do we help them be respectful of other people's opinions and beliefs? How do we create safe learning environments for them to engage in these kind of conversations? These skills will support, we high level collaboration and critical thinking, right? So how do we create these environments with and help our students develop these skills to be able to reach some of these outcomes or competencies that we teach them?
Okay.
Yeah, so we talked about the pace of change in terms of technology, the information explosion and innovation. And some of the things that we highlighted were, if knowledge is doubling now the pace of every 11 hours, as opposed to every, what's the initial, it's like every 100 years or something, yeah. Then we need to be shifting kids away from, memorization and like keeping content in their head and more towards processing information. And the metaverse is going to make virtual immersive learning very accessible. That might allow for more self-direction, more student choice, a greater variety of experiences than we can offer if we're talking about something in the 3D world. The gamification of learning also may allow for more experiential and more sensory learning experiences. And then some challenges is, what are kids doing with all of the info they can access? And kind of how do we teach them to self-regulate in an environment where everything is available all the time? How do we help students kind of protect themselves? Because if you just live in that environment where you're bombarded all the time, I think that kind of renders you a little overwhelmed and not as functional. Also, one challenge would be how we shift our practices in terms of grading and assessing. We can no longer have kids, for example, write an essay at home, knowing that they have access to ChatGPT and a lot of other sources that could really kind of write it for them. So it might lead to us, the good news might lead to us being actually really more clear and precise about what it is we're assessing at any one time, and then keeping the task more focused on those one or two things. And then the change to the social environment, meaning like what used to be public spaces, malls, people congregated, those might be kind of disappearing because now most people are actually buying things through a device, particularly on their phone. So how does that, what does that mean for kids? Teaching kids how to determine the legitimacy of all of this online information all the time. How do we teach them to think creatively and outside of the box? Because when you think about things like Uber and Airbnb, that was one of our cards. Those are platforms, those don't provide any content. So the innovation there was just including the platform itself, but the content is actually coming from individuals or the service. And then again, I talked already about how do we teach kids self-regulation in this environment where everything's available all the time.
Right, Kristen.
So in workforce, we were looking at how the structure of the workforce now and of the future is so different from the traditional structure of the school system. And what does that mean for us? You know, there's so much more flexibility in the style of work that you do or the career that you take. You don't have just one career for a lifetime. There's constant change. And we need to be preparing kids to be ready for a world where they need to have problem solving skills and take initiative and have a multitude of jobs throughout their lifetime. And what does that mean for us in terms of how are we restructuring maybe the way we're doing school so that kids are building capacity to be flexible thinkers, to, you know, be adaptable and willing to be a lifelong learner. And then also sort of those challenges of making sure that they're healthy and that they understand work-life balance and that they don't self-isolate and be working from home all the time, sort of being mindful of the mental health aspect of it too. And that our current structure of school, because it doesn't provide those opportunities, isn't really giving them the skill set to be successful in that future workforce. So just thinking about that. And then just sort of how does this redefine for us? What does it mean to learn? What does it mean to be engaged? What is an engaged learner? What does it mean to have a teacher-student relationship if you're doing some sort of online learning to be analogous to some sort of online work? So those are some of the things that
Questions or comments? All right, Allison. Okay. Last one was around science of learning. And it just, there's so many connections from like poster to poster and a lot of similar information. But in the first group, we really kind of talked about this idea. It was like the first thing that came out that students can only grasp so much at a time. So how are we meaningfully connecting with them and keeping them engaged in learning and not just overwhelming them with facts and numbers and memorization, things like that. We felt like we've already made some shifts as a district to support that work. So we're glad with that momentum. And then we spent a lot of time talking about, I guess that new SMART and student agency with just the idea of inquiry-based learning, and really this applicable and meaningful practice and application of skills and not just doing a task to do a task, but actually doing some that requires higher order thinking, that engages creativity, but that students also can have this emotional connection to make it feel more relevant to them. We also talked about how going to this new like application of skills, we think that it will open a door to allow more students to kind of shine because they won't be so kind of trapped into like, oh, you have to do it this way. And then really thinking, wow, that's going to allow more of our teachers to also be able to shine because they're going to feel a little bit more flexibility and freedom to try new things. But knowing that that is going to take some work, bring them along, give them the space to do it, and just that continued permission to let stuff go, to be able to provide this kind of new framework for their classrooms. And then another piece we talked about was just around motivation and the idea that really motivation comes from the learning or the experience being relevant, allowing kids to be curious, as well as them getting the support that they need when doing these tasks. So I think that's kind of a summary, but I think it's very exciting work. Like all the conversation was really great about where this is going to lead us. Thank you. Questions or comments? All right. Well, thank you for making meeting of the landscape shifts with us. You know, we had the opportunity to do the same activity with the roadmap team, administrators, and we are also planning to do it with the teacher accelerator team this summer. So we're really looking forward to like increasingly building shared understanding of this throughout the district next year. So thank you. You can go back to your seats.
Well, to the 18th. And the weekends in between.
Now, I've got everybody booby trapped here. Nobody's falling down yet. That's good.
I'll look my way.
I was gonna invite them, I completely forgot.
So.
Nobody.
One more. There.
So that activity was actually. One of the first activities we did in the 4-day series as part of our roadmap process, which really laid the groundwork and helped us frame our thinking around the actions and the activities that came out of that. In addition to the roadmap convening, we also had mentioned to you that we were going to be pulling together a spring work group who was going to bring back the feedback that we had gotten from our poster activity and go deeper into the refinement of our portrait of a learner competencies. And so this work group spent 4 sessions together where we took that feedback, we refined the definitions and the rationale. And that really was all that we had shared at that time, was the definition of each competency and the rationale, the why. Why is this important to us? In that feedback, we also had known that there was a need to provide more clarification, really define what are the characteristics and the learning behaviors of each competency, because we know that will help our educators fully understand what does it we mean when we say critical thinker or global contributor. And so these competency one-pagers that we worked on really allowed us to do that. We took each one of the competencies, we not only refined the definition and the rationale, we also identified what are the defining characteristics of each one of these. And for each defining characteristic, what are the learning behaviors, the things we see students do in the classroom that align to those defining characteristics? And so when you start to see things like empathy or social intelligence, or a lot of the key things that we had talked about just in this previous activity, it starts to show up in these competency one-pagers. And these will be tools that teachers will have access to as part of this work moving forward. We're going to spend a lot of time this summer also with our accelerators group, who will be unpacking the competencies now using this new guidance and these new materials. So moving forward, we're going to pass it over to Sarah, who's going to share a little bit more about our plans as we look to the summer and into next year.
Okay, so you're probably wondering what our next steps are. And I kind of like to look at this plan as a highway. And we have our district-wide folks and our accelerators network. And on that highway, our accelerators network are kind of those folks that are in our carpool lane with the fast track. Okay. And then our district-wide folks are in one of those other lanes. But the most important thing about all of that is that we're all going to get to the same destination. So no matter how fast you go. So the district, they're going to be going, the rest of the district is going to go a little bit slower. And the reason why we're going a little bit slower is because we want to be very logical and very mindful about the process. We want to do kind of like what you all just did today, is really investigating the why. Why are we moving forward with a portrait of a learner, and make sure that we have everybody on board with that. We want also everyone to be able to talk and learn about what deeper learning really looks like. And we want people to give them the opportunity to really connect with those competencies that Chris was just talking about. What we also want to make sure that we do is what Allison was talking about, and giving teachers that permission to really investigate and experiment in their classroom. And then we also, at the end of the year, would like folks to be able to kind of share what they have learned, what they're trying, and in the spring. For our accelerators network, these folks are the ones that are in the fast lane with the fast track and the carpool lane all together. And we've formed a network of teachers that are hopefully going to be able to support each other and collaborate with each other. And they may get there a little bit quicker. And what they're going to be doing is implementing some of those deeper learning lessons for our students. And I'll talk a little bit more on the next slide about how they're going to be doing that. We're also hoping that they're going to help us create student-friendly grade level progressions of the competencies. So what does that mean? That basically means that the competencies will be transformed into student-friendly language. So all of the students know what is expected and they can connect with them. So those will be turned into like I can statements or I will be able to statements, and it would be grade level appropriate. Next slide. So for our accelerators network that's going to be happening this summer, we're really excited about that. And basically the purpose of the group is for them to be able to get together, start developing and designing some lessons together, trying things eventually in their classrooms. And what we really want is for this to kind of grow and eventually spread throughout the district. That's the purpose. So for the first couple of days, we want to make sure that everybody's kind of on the same page with common messaging, language, going through the why and the theory of action. And then we also want to really look at what is working right now in their classrooms. And we all know, having all of us been in classrooms, that there is some really amazing stuff going on in there. So what's working right now and how can we capitalize on that? We also want to make sure that we're looking at our portrait of a learner competencies, all of those 7 one-pagers, and really unpacking them with this group. So they're really knowledgeable about what those competencies are. And then they're going to be looking at strategies of deeper learning and the different pathways. And what we really want to impart is that there is no one pathway, that there are a multitude of ways to get to those competencies for our students. And then the last half of the PD is really breaking it apart. We're going to have our elementary folks break into a group, and then our middle school folks break into another group. And our elementary folks are going to be working with PBL Works. And what that company does is they're going to help them learn how to, a teaching method where students learn by actively engaging in real world, meaningful projects. And this is where students can really practice the 7 portrait of a learner competencies. So they're really prepared for real life challenges. So that's PBL Works. And then for our middle school, we've partnered with a company called Define Learning. And that's also a project-based learning tool. And it's a little bit different where they can bring content area lessons alive for students as well. But the tool has a really robust online library of standards-aligned project-based learning units that our subject matter teachers can really get into. So they can find little projects that they can implement in their classroom. So we are really, really excited about this work. We think it's going to be amazing. And we thank you for being on this journey with us.
We have a few minutes. Any questions, comments?
Maybe just some comments. So I'm very impressed with the speed at which we've operationalized this. I think it's probably maybe a year ago, more or less, at the Patel conference in St. Louis. And when I saw it back then, this is great, but I thought it'd take a lot longer to kind of put this into practice. This has really surpassed my expectations. So thank you all for kind of getting this to this state. One of the thoughts I had in looking at all this was sort of, like if you read books on history of science, they talk about when cars were first invented. One of the big problems it solved was that there were horse droppings everywhere with horse and buggy, and people are like, this is great, there's no more horse. But then now you got all these pollution and all these sort of issues. And I'm thinking a lot with a lot of these, there's like 2 sides of this, right? Like being over there when we're talking about giving student more agency, then the reverse side of it is, okay, now how do you help them not to drive the car off the cliff, right? And so I'm very glad we're kind of jumping into this and doing this. maybe one question is, at what point do you think we can share this with a larger sort of the community, the parent community? What's the current thinking on that? Is that a ways out? Is that, because I'm just really excited to be able to share with the community that we're working on this, providing this sort of learning within our district here. So just wondering what the current thought is on that.
Yeah, that definitely came up in the roadmap conversations. And so I believe we have that on for, fall to winter in the first part of the roadmap for next year. And we've been talking about different ways of doing that and trying to get more of these card sets to make that possible. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Just to piggyback on what Jerry said, I think you're gonna be challenged you're gonna be singing to the choir a lot. People, the community people that are gonna come and listen to what you have to say, and then people already agree with this. So I think the challenge is gonna be to get naysayers in the room to make sure that they understand as well, that this is a good thing for kids and it's okay to veer away from some of the traditional that we've been doing. So I think that will be a challenge.
Good advice, thank you. And we have been framing it to, we didn't do this today, but in other presentations, just trying to always keep front and center that we will still be having the core content and, direct instruction that will still be a part of what we do. And we want to increase opportunities for kids to apply their learning in an integrated way. So I think, as we're thinking about that, we'll give some thought to how to make sure that is front and center when we have those community meetings too.
I think to build on that as well, that is really the importance of going slow. Sometimes I think we want, because we're excited and we're experiencing, we want to move forward, but we do have to remember, this is a large organization, a large community, and we want to bring everybody on. And I think as I start to see some of the results, then you tend to bring some of them along.
I think in addition to what Phyllis suggests, in terms of the community, is have examples of what would it look like to integrate social intelligence. And our community may know what design thinking is, but how does that apply in the classroom, and to have examples of that to make it say, oh, okay, to have a better understanding. I have a question. Are we at questions part? Sure. Okay. I see that there are capacities for the trainings. About how many people are in the strategic implementation phase?
You mean the summer teacher team?
Yes.
Yeah, so we had applications from teachers and, we were able to take everybody who applied who could commit to attending all of the days. So that was the positive. So we did have a cap in mind based on budget and the space in the training, but it actually worked out. So everybody who wanted to do it and could be there got a yes.
So it was volunteer based for the foundations.
So Accelerators Network is composed of the foundations training the first couple days, and then the PBL or defined learning training. So, and as well as sessions throughout the year. So they'll be working together all throughout the year. And it's our early adopter teachers who basically, raised their hand and said, let me be first in the fast lane. Yeah.
Okay, so it's a continuation with the same a subset of teachers.
Yes, so that
Okay,
same
they're not
group
two
all
separate
year.
ones.
Right, exactly.
Thank you.
I'll just say, I feel very proud of us as a district that we're doing these kinds of, it's really forward-thinking education. We always talk about how we're educating our kids for jobs that don't even exist yet. And it just feels like the kind of model that we're using is education that is still being defined, and why shouldn't Cupertino Union School District be one of the districts defining it? So, great job. I'm really excited about it. My thought about, or what the question I have is, we already have a school that has a PBL model. So where does that fit into these plans? Is there, expandability, replicability, all of these things, like, is that something that is consistent with PBL works, or is it a different model, or just can you just give some insight on what's happening with that?
Right, so we did have one of our teachers from DeVargas join us on the roadmap team to provide that perspective. And we do have teachers from DeVargas on the Accelerators Network team. Their training also came from PBL Works, which used to be called, or is that the old name? Buck Institute, right, changed names, but it is the same model. So actually went over there and talked with some of their teachers about this and you know, how we might be able to provide some additional support at that school site. You know, they're excited that we're talking about this district-wide and they want to be a part of it, and they're showing that by joining in on all of these conversations. So it feels great to be able to lift up their excellent work and just partner with them as we take the next steps. Great.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone. You're welcome to stay for the rest of the afternoon if you'd like.
Thank
Understand
you.
if you-
Thank you for coming.
Oh, I get tasty.
Just
Minute to-
It's time to switch. Give me a sec. I'm gonna do my keyboard first.
You can get over here.
Oh, it's okay. Thank you.
All right, so moving on to our second session, actually kind of builds on the portrait of a learner, as I alluded to. Wanted to, this time of year, just to review very briefly our board protocols and our district priorities. Our board protocols really are the guiding force that as a board we've developed over the course of the years, kind of done the check-ins throughout the year, what's working, what's not working. It really is that guide that I think we've all abided for and it worked very well. It's always nice when we do have new board members come on that we can share the current board protocols and review. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on the board protocols. They are up on the board and I believe you have a hard copy on them.
always have
But I also wanted then to really probably the three focus one is just reiterating the school assignments, because I do think this is an important part. And we have always tried to rotate the schools. And so you will have new school assignments starting the 24-25. I know our principals enjoy having that time of you guys coming out there. You know, although you have your assigned sites, there's certainly the flexibility when there's those other events going on to visit the others as much as possible. And so that is one of our current protocols as far as having the schools assigned to you. So just a quick minute to review your school assignments. I believe these were all shared out. Some of you may start being in a cycle where you're repeating and having the same schools again. That's just kind of the nature of balancing it. I think when we've had changes mid-years and so we try to do that as much as possible. But if there is a school that you feel like somehow we've given you 2 or 3 times, please let Nancy and I know and we can make a shift. But I think we caught all of those. Then the big one is the committees. And each year we relook at for our board members to have those opportunities to either sit on a board committee. And we do have one superintendent committee, the wellness committee. And really the difference between the superintendent and the board committees tend to follow the Brown Act. We do the posting, where with the wellness, there isn't that that detail to the rules of order. So currently we have the Budget Advisory Committee. This committee meets typically 4 times a year. And the role is we have board members, we have staff, we have district office, and then we have community members. And it's really an opportunity to do review of our current budget. Chris and his department will bring in information, whatever we're learning from the state and the governor's office as how we build out that budget. And so it does provide a kind of that opportunity to have some initial feedback. And I think having that very diverse group has been really helpful for us. The other committee that we have is our Saratoga 2x2. This really only, we call it a 2x2, but I don't know that there's really ever 2x2. It doesn't meet as frequently. We typically meet once a year. I know that we have had 2 of the trustees that serve on it. Not a lot of activity with it. We only do have the 2 schools in Saratoga, but It's absolutely enjoyable. In the fall, we do get together, we meet, and we get to share with other superintendents and other districts that feed into Saratoga and update each other. Our Cupertino, this was our year that we expanded the Cupertino. We are now a 2x2x2. So we have 2 board members from our current board here. We have 2 board members from Fremont Union High School District that joined us, and then we have 2 city council members from Cupertino City. We now have established dates for that for the upcoming school year. We're going to meet twice a year. We have a date in October and we have a date in February. And I believe the time is about noon on those days as well. So I'm thinking about that as you're planning. And again, it's an opportunity for the 2 school districts and the city of Cupertino to share information, to provide updates and really do that continued partnership that we know is so important for our community and for us as well. Los Altos, we also have a 2x2x2. We just had a meeting yesterday evening, and that is Fremont Union High School District has 2 board members. Cupertino has 2 board members, and then the city of Los Altos. A lot of our work there has been on Foothill Expressway. We had BTA come in yesterday. That is also meets twice a year, typically in the fall and the spring. And then we have our wellness committee, which is a superintendent committee. It meets quarterly. And typically the committee is made up of you as 2 of the board members. We have district office, we have teachers, we have administrators and community members, and really they determine what that focus is. I know over the prior years, it's really been on the food nutrition and looking at the meals. We've spent some time on mental health and wellness, and we'll continue to look at the SEL, the social emotional learning. And so again, that meets 4 times per year. So with that being said, I know in the past as board members, you've tried to balance it out so that each of you at least have an opportunity for one. So looking forward, opening up for discussion for you guys, whether you want to continue on the same committee, whether you're ready for a change. Sometimes it's nice to have that same consistency, but then other times it's nice to have that different opportunity for there. I would say we did add on for this upcoming school year. We had talked about this back in January of creating a new, I'm not very creative on names, so we called it a board policy review committee, and it will be to review board policies. We have really tried to update all of our board policies, and there's just so many changes, and we work with CSBA and they give us updates. And so we've tried to bring those to the board advance every time we meet, but there are still a lot of board policies that we just want to renew. Some of them are really small updates, not a lot of context changes, and others are either brand new policies. And so the intent of this committee would be to look at all those new policies, make some of those recommendations, and then we could bring them back to the board for the final decision. But as board members, you would know that 2 board members have already had a set of eyes on it and input on that as well. So we haven't set dates on that one. It really would depend on who signs up for it, and then we could work. I would invite Nancy and myself would join you on that meeting as well. Nancy has kind of been working with all of our board policies and CSBA. So I just volunteered her for that, that you probably didn't know about. So I apologize. So I will turn it over, and if there's any thoughts on where you would like to go.
Okay, so I think maybe we could all speak up, or if we want to change, or if we want to play, or if we don't care. So who wants to start? Jerry?
All right.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right, we'll go ahead and start.
Go ahead, Jerry.
All right, so, this is my 6th year on the board, and somehow I've avoided getting on the wellness committee somehow. So I guess that's of interest if there's an opening. And then I think just thinking about the potential roles next year, I think most of us have been on budget except Ava. I'm very happy if she's willing to sort of come off of budget. Ava, if you're interested, I think it'd be a good one just because budgets are the root of everything we do. So I know you attended the budget one yesterday, right?
I did.
Right. So so those are sort of 2 thoughts I have. The other ones I'm pretty flexible. If folks, guess the other one I'm on is Cupertino. I'm happy to stay on. I'm happy to come off. Really depends on interest from other folks. So that's where I am.
Thanks, Jerry. Who else? Sylvia, do you have preferences?
So I'm wondering about, we've talked about this in the past, but doing some sort of committee that's Cupertino, Fremont Union, and Sunnyvale. Given that our 3 districts do a lot of potential collaboration or things like that. And I know I'm pretty sure we talked about it in the past.
When you say Sunnyvale, do you mean the city or
The school district, like because our 3 school districts tend to have a lot of the same population, or at least the 2 elementary districts feed into the high school district, and having an opportunity for us as board members to just talk about what's going on and, share information. So I'm wondering if there's any interest in that, or in
Another
adding
thing
that.
we've done in the past, with respect to that is we've had a combined board meetings a couple of times a year with the Fremont board, the Sunnyvale board, and the Cupertino board. So that kind of goes along with what you're suggesting, whether it would be a committee or a board meeting occasionally where everybody gets together. I don't know.
I know we brought together when we were developing the JPA, which is our joint partnership with Sunnyvale and Fremont. So I am happy to explore that with the other 2 districts and see if there's an interest or a date. So I wouldn't confirm it at this point, but absolutely, I know we've had that conversation about exploring it and see if there is some possibility, maybe 2 times a year, 4 times a year. We can look at the calendar for that.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's like a possibility as an addition board meeting, because I'm aware that in Fremont Union High School District, they tend to have a pretty packed board schedule. So I'm wonder if we have that flexibility, maybe an additional one. Of course, it'll be great if we can have it within existing board meetings that we have about twice a month, but I'll be okay with it if we have an additional one, if that's necessary, depending on their
And
schedules.
from my perspective, it wouldn't have to be a board meeting, as we've done that in the past. It could be a committee, as Sylvia suggested. So I think we leave it to Stacy to explore that and come back to us.
I'll explore both, whether it's a committee and we do a 2 by 2, or whether we do
Yeah.
joint board meetings, or maybe both.
And Sylvia, do you have any preference on the existing committees? Do you want to stay where you are? Are you have an
So,
interest in moving?
Similar to Jerry, I've never been on the wellness committee yet. So if there is an opportunity to join that, I'd be interested.
And he's very popular, Nicole.
But again, I'm also happy with where I am right now. I'm, happy to be in part of the budget advisory committee. The Saratoga 2x2 is such a minimal time commitment. It's not a big deal to either stay there or to give it to somebody else. So I'm pretty flex.
Okay. Ava?
I'm also thinking about Satish. And I wonder if he sent any information of his preferences since he's not here.
Yes.
Well, I know that Satish he and I have been on the wellness committee for a very long time.
Okay.
And I think he, like I, would be happy to cycle off of that and give other people, I'm going to speak for him.
Okay.
Because I think he would be happy to do that and take on a different responsibility.
I like my committee for Los Altos. I definitely want to be able to, I may not finish like with the homestead project, but I want to be able to move it so that it can get full funding. Currently, it's at 33%, the planning stages of the funding. And the other committee, I was thinking, and I like Sylvia's idea because we do have a good relationship with Fremont Union High School District and Sunnyvale School District, but the second largest city in which our schools occupy in is in San Jose. And I have talked with Vice Mayor Kamei, and she was open to the idea of having a 2x2 with the city of San Jose. I know that our schools in San Jose, some of the schools share park space or our field space to be used by the residents. And I think that would be a good thing because we now have someone in the office area who has been in education and has expressed interest in having a formal relationship with us. And I think that would be good for our schools, and that there may be some support, maybe looking at the roads or the sidewalks in terms of school safety.
Okay. And for me, I am happy to cycle off of wellness, and as I say, I think it'd be fine if Sylvia and Jerry took that over. I have an interest, the two, and I'm happy to stay on Saratoga, like Sylvia said, super easy. Happy to stay on Los Altos. I have an interest in both budget advisory and board policy review. However, I think those are big tasks to pass on to a brand new person coming onto the board. So I don't know, Stacy, how you want to think about that, but actually I'll do whatever is needed. But I do have an interest in those, but I'll be gone in December, and a brand new person with no perspective might be a good thing. I don't know, might be a good thing.
Well, and what we could do too is if you take on the task from July to December, we can always review the committee members.
When the new
roles
person
when
comes
we
along.
have,
Yeah.
whenever we have new members on,
Mhm.
if you'd like to do that.
Yeah.
I have a clarification question, and I don't think it was mentioned. The S means superintendent committee? Is
Pardon
this
me?
S mean superintendent
Yes,
committee?
yeah.
Okay, I just want everybody to know about that. And
Super committee, yeah.
superintendent committee. Um, if we can look into, one thing I forgot to say, if, having a 2x2 with the city of San Jose. In addition, that I'll be willing to also do the board policy review. If there's, needing a member. And I, want to give Phyllis the choice of, being on, or like both the budget advisory or board policy review. And thank you, Jerry, for the offer.
Who's on budget advisory with you, Sylvia?
So.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
and she wants to stay on.
Stay.
I'm happy either way.
Mhm.
I mean, I'm happy to stay on, but I'm also willing to relinquish it. Like,
Yeah, I'm the
it's,
same way.
uh,
I'm
we're
the same way.
flex.
I'm not,
can
I'm
I,
not married to any of
can
them.
I ask another,
Mhm.
at some point, we had a facilities master plan committee. This was when we were initially looking at a bond a few years ago, and I'm wondering as you know, with bond coming up, do we want to maybe resuscitate that committee? Or if there's a need for that, or
Well, when that committee was formed, it really was, that was a time when we went out and we recreated a complete facility master plan. So that was about 1.5 years long process, 2 years, because we were going out and doing all the meetings. So from that came the facility master plan that we're using on for the bond. Where maybe the energy would be better served would be, we're gonna need to have a bond committee, where we would like to have 2 board members on. So it kind of ties together. We wouldn't call it a facility master plan. It would be on the bond committee.
So you're going to make selection for the bond committee if and when we approve it, or is that already a done deal? Do we already have people?
I think in having some conversations, I've volunteered 2 board members who might be interested in it. I know that Avi and Jerry have expressed interest / willingness to serve on it.
So, and the other thing is, would you like me to reach out to Satish to see what his interest is, or would you like to do that?
I can go ahead and do that, because as I'm looking at my notes here, I don't have anyone down for the Cupertino 2x2x2. I do know that Satish, I think, enjoys being on that one. We had gone for a while not meeting it, so this is really the first year where we brought it back to life. And you know, I don't want to speak on his behalf, but I do know that he enjoys being on that one.
And you'll let him know that I volunteered him to cycle off of wellness.
Yes.
I'm sure he'll be fine with that, but.
So what I have right now is for the budget advisory is Ava.
No, I think she didn't.
You didn't want the
No.
budget advisory, no?
No,
Then I have nobody for the budget.
I was gonna go for the board policy review.
Phyllis?
I'm
budget?
interested in budget advisory if nobody else wants.
And I can,
I'm happy to. I've never done the Cupertino 2x2x2 either, so I'm happy to. If Satish has an interest in joining budget,
okay.
I can switch with him on that one as well. But I'll defer to what he wants.
Okay, and then for wellness would be Jerry and Sylvia. For the Saratoga 2x2, Sylvia and Phyllis will continue. For the Los Altos, Ava and Phyllis, and for the board policy, Phyllis and Ava. And then I will follow up with the 2x2x2 for Cupertino, Sunnyvale, FUHSD, and a San Jose 2x2. So I will bring that back when we do our board advance in the fall.
And if Satish wants anything that you sign me up for, I'm super flexible. So whatever.
Great, thank you.
And so is my successor.
I like that. We can go to the next slide. Then the other area is when we have been doing our board protocols and our district priorities 3 years ago, we really took a look at our district priorities and as we were bringing the strategic plan to life and really trying to align all of our work so that we had one common focus, we shifted our district priorities to align for a strategic plan. And then that in place, our LCAP aligned to our district priorities, our strategic plan. Our school site plans began shifting and now are all aligned. And that's been in the last 3 years. You know, and I think we reflect as a district where we were 3 years ago versus now. We have made some shifts, you know, as we're now entering into the portrait of the learner and looking at that future ready learning. I really wanted to reestablish what our district priorities are, that they represent where we are now, but also where we want to go to in the future. And thinking that this is probably a good time to do this. This is our reset for our LCAP. We'll start a new 3-year for the recap for the LCAP reset. And then beginning to work with the portrait of a learner, really wanting that to be systemic, that the entire district is moving in that direction. And then really just as a where we are as a district, you know, when 3 years ago, we were looking at ourselves projected into going into that declining enrollment and that continued steady declining enrollment where, you know, now we are stabilized. We are finally going to do that shift out of LCFF and into basic aid. And so we are in a different kind of a position moving forward and really wanted that specifically our third priority to reflect where we are fiscally. So these were the drafts of those first 3. For priority 4, we really just adopted that last year. The year prior, it was a focus for us, but it wasn't actually established as a priority. This has been a priority since July 1 of last year. So I would really recommend that, you know, give us time to bring that further to life and keep the same language there, not have to do any major adjustments. So for district priority 1, really renaming it the future ready learning, but wanting to make sure that we value and hold on to. We know that academics are extremely important for our students and for our families, but also then embed where we're shifting with the portrait of a learner and embedding that into it. And so, you know, a slight change in the language and just say support each child in developing the skills and characteristics of our CUSD portrait of a learner, including academic content skills and our 6 learner competencies, so that we really do begin to embed those 6 competencies into all that we do. The community-wide engagement, this has been, you know, a high priority for us. And, you know, as we were going through some of those difficult times in the community and making some choices, it became so apparent that we needed to not only engage, but involve. You know, we brought in our communication director at that time. And so I think we're ready to move to that next level. And, you know, it was alluded to in our portrait of a learner, how do we bring our community in there? And I think, you know, our goal and our priority needs to be engage the community so that they are part of that and we build those strong relationships so that we continue to move forward. And then again, you know, trying to include that portrait of a learner so that we get that language there. And then the third priority, really effectively and efficiently utilize district resources, operations, and processes to maximize each student's learning. We are here for the students, and everything we do should be focusing on the students. And so that includes all of our resources, whether you know, we're in basic aid or whether we slip back into LCFF, you know, whether our enrollment shifts at all, that really is what our focus is. And I think that is a more of a concise goal of where we want to be. So those are my recommendations, but happy to hear some feedback.
So questions or comments, Eva?
I was wondering if we have these because a lot of people may not know what the reference to the first priority, the future ready learning, that people may not know what 6 learner competencies are. If it's possible to have it linked to something to help explain that, and kind of reflectively also with the word portrait of a learner, since it's such a new novice concept to our district.
Yeah, so I, you know, thinking when we had developed the graphic that we use. Now we have a graphic for our 6 competencies of somehow embedding that into it as well. We'll also have to look at just when we talk about what we believe in, is embedding that into it. So I do see it as part of the process. It's part of the learning that we need to do with our community. But I think the more common we can get with that language and continue to put it out there, portrait of a learner, 6 competencies, I do think that will come to light. And so, I'm even envisioning our symbol in the middle. Do we add our 6 competencies around it somehow? So we can make some adjustments with that visual as well. Erin.
I have another question, but I'll let
Okay, go
others go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. For the third competency regarding fiscal responsibility, I mean, it's focused on the finances. I guess that's more explicit, but sustainability, I feel like our district, I know that for me, my number 1 priority is fiscal responsibility and ensuring that, that we are surviving in the future at least 5 years in advance. But I like the original wording of sustainability because it's more comprehensive, even though we are looking at the finances and it affects people as well. But that's just my suggestion.
Are you saying in the title, the fiscal responsibility and sustainability?
Yeah.
Anybody else have a comment or a question, Sylvia?
So I like the term future ready learning because it feels very vision focused and kind of aspirational. However, I'm also wondering about, the previous phrase that we used was personalized learning and in academic excellence. So where is that being reflected, or are we moving away from that, or how is that being incorporated? Yeah, can we just talk about that a little bit?
Sure. Well, we're not going away from that. I think that's embedded into those 6 competencies. And so, if we need to bridge it, we could look at maybe adding a line back into that, while still engaging in personalized learning, something simple, because it is still called out in our strategic plan very clearly. So I don't want to go away from that. So maybe we can reword it a little bit to add in that personalized learning piece.
Okay. Well, yeah, and I think it's good as long as it's embedded in there somewhere, because I feel like we've made some really good decisions in terms of for example, math, like that we're very aligned with that priority in terms of personalized learning. And so I don't want to lose that.
Okay, anything else? I'm good.
Yeah, so I'm generally good with the wording, but the amendments, I'm good with that too. I'm actually pretty interested in sort of the next level set of plans and then the indicators we're using to measure success and progress. So, but I'm good with this. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think that's the exciting part too, is, some of the shift in the language does help us set up metrics that we can more easily evaluate and measure, where I think some of our language before was a little broad and it was hard to actually have those tools to measure. And then again, these will reflect when I set up the goals for next year. During my evaluation, we'll be able to use metrics to align to see how we do.
Sounds good. Anything else, Ava?
Notice the symbol in the middle. Are these supposed to be representing the 6 competencies?
I think so.
I believe so from this distance, yes.
Are these the symbols that we've created?
So they're on the 1-page 6 competencies that have been developed.
Okay, that we're great. I just want to make sure we're not infringing upon like some of the symbols that the portrait of a learner is.
Erin created them.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
All right. They look great, Erin. Thank you.
Okay, anything else?
That is it.
All right, I think we're good to go for the next. For Doodle and TK.
Everyone doing okay? Do you want to take a break? We have 3 more sessions that are all about an hour long. I'm seeing
So
some
should we
nods.
take 10 minutes now and come reconvene at 2?
Sounds good.
Okay.
As long as we're on time.
And we're ready to resume with Cooper Doodle and TK.
Great. So this will be our 3rd session, and we actually have 2 different parts of this presentation, we will share our current TK numbers and classroom locations, and then a little bit of the next steps of where we need to consider as we move forward with that full implementation of TK in 25-26. And then we are happy to bring back some updates on Cooper Doodle. It's been a while since we've presented and shared about Cooper Doodle. I think both of them, there is a lot of information in the slides. I would say we will probably be looking at bringing back for further discussion after the two presentations, but really wanted to be able to spend this time to share some of that information to kind of provoke that thought, and then we can move forward from there. So very happy to have Michelle, our Director of Instruction, joining us, and I will shift it over to you to kick it off.
Welcome, Michelle.
You. Thanks so much for having me. I'm really excited to talk to you as always, especially about early childhood, which I love. So we are going to talk about two different topics. We're going to start with transitional kindergarten, and then we'll move into our Cooper Doodle preschool program. Wait, what's that? Oh, sorry. Now I went too far. Okay, there we go. At a previous board meeting, we talked a little bit about the importance of play for early learners. And so I just put this up as a connecting point between our last presentation and today as a reminder of really the importance of hands-on learning. We talked a lot about this morning too, as far as the project-based learning and really involving children. And in our youngest learners, play is so important. And so as we walk through this presentation today and talk, you'll see some of that incorporated into the decisions that have been made and the steps that we're taking. Starting with TK. So we had our TK, there's the UTK, Universal Transitional Kindergarten, and we have our UPK, Universal wait, I'm going to say this wrong. It's the PK to 3 initiative. So we're going to be talking specifically about the implementation of the rollout with additional birthdays, and that's part of the TK program. So this is the timeline for the TK implementation through the state. We started in 2022 was our first rollout and extension of the birthdays. So up all the way from the implementation at the very beginning of TK until 21-22 school year, it went from September 2nd to December 2nd, where a child would be turning 5 years old. We are now at the 2023-24 school year, where the birthdays go from September to April 2nd to April 2nd. We're planning for next year where that birthday extends to June 2nd. And then finally in the 25-26 school year will be the full implementation where it goes through the entire school year. So all children whose 4th birthday occurs by September 1st. So they'll be turning 5 that following year. And I did want to say, if at any point you have any questions, I'll take questions at the end, of course, but please feel free if something comes up that you don't want to miss it as we go through, please feel free to let me know. I'm happy to answer. Here we have the enrollment year by year. So if you look starting at the 2018-2019 school year, you can see that it starts going down just a bit. In 2020-2021 is that lowest threshold. And of course, we know that year was a heavy COVID year, and that really kind of aligns with everything that we saw happening at that time. Beginning the following year, as children are returning back to school, those numbers go up. So now we have an in-person instruction going on. You see more children attending school. That first year of the rollout from 2022 to 2023, you see a spike. That year from the ending year 22 to ending year 23, we increased 5 classrooms that year. And then it's continued to grow, anticipating another 3.5 classes potentially for this coming school year. Here are the exact numbers of where we've been year by year, starting in 2021-22 school year. We went from 11 classes to 16, 22.5, which was our first year of having a combination class of a TK kindergarten class. at Lincoln. And anticipating next year, 25.5 classrooms. And we are at all of the neighborhood schools and also at McCullough, where we have TK currently.
But we don't have two at all of our schools.
We do not. So great introduction to the next
Oh.
slide. Thank you for that. You can see here where our numbers are per site. So you can see the purple color there is the 23-24 school year, and then the orangish color is the 24-25. So we do have some sites going up. We have some sites going down and some staying the same. We will still have single classrooms at some of our sites.
You want us to interrupt you with questions?
Feel free.
Okay, so you have DeVargas and Nimitz that have gone down.
Correct.
Do you have a guess as to why they did?
And I introduce Erin to part of this conversation for that, for the student assignment.
I do not have a guess, but the number of classrooms is based on the number of students who have currently enrolled.
Right. So did we not have new enrollees? Did we have dropouts? Did we have a combination?
We did not have enough TK registrations at those two school sites to have the two classrooms.
Okay, great. Thank you.
When you look at the TK program model, it does follow the same instructional minutes as our kindergarten program, and there is exposure to kindergarten standards. The way that TK is lined up is that there are preschool learning foundations and there's our kindergarten standards. There's a document from CDE that helps to align those two things. And we have used that document as work as a TK team during some of our summer work groups and also during our optional after school meetings to be able to line up what we have as a goal for our TK program. So we use all three of those state documents to be able to do that. They are coming out with a new document. We have a preview of it, but we aren't, it's not finalized from the state. It's going to be a preschool TK learning foundations. So rather than having the two documents with an alignment document, it's going to be one full document. So we're all very eager as a TK team to be taking a look at that and seeing how that may impact our program and looking at our work versus what's happening there in that document. The ratio is a 12-to-1 ratio. So the way we accomplish that ratio is that we have a certificated teacher and we have an IA who together will accommodate for up to 24 children. There is a 24 child limit with the TK guidelines, so we stay within that limit. And that's an average limit per site, but we do stay within that limit. The expectation is that in 25-26, we will be at a 10-to-1 ratio. The state is still sticking with that, so we're using that as our assumption for now, unless anything changes between now and that year.
Can I ask, it's a 24 student maximum, average maximum
Per site.
per site, but then what's our actuals right now? Like, is it also actual 24?
We are staying within our 24 per classroom.
We have some that are smaller than 20.
We have some, yes, definitely. There are some that haven't reached capacity, but
Okay.
our capacity has been limited to 24.
Okay, I mean, yeah, so are the majority of our TKs at that 24, or are the majority kind of lower than that right now?
They range from 20 to 24, depending on the site.
Okay,
Movement, yeah.
And
Thanks.
we still have more registrations coming in every day, so it would be hard to give
yeah.
a specific.
Varies.
Well, I would imagine like if there's 2 classrooms at one site, it would probably be lower because you'd want to have, it's not like you'd have 24 in one and like 6 in the other or whatever.
Right, right. We, of
yeah,
course,
you would-
yeah,
yeah.
average out, yeah.
Right, yeah.
And since it's gonna be going down in 25, the year 2025 and 2026, then the max would go down to 20, right? Respectively. Okay.
Right, we would need to maintain that ratio of 10 to 1.
Thank you.
Okay. So TK really has that whole child focus, as we've discussed before. We meet children where they arrive and are happy to see them. We really focus on learning through hands-on activities, engaging activities, learning through play. The curriculum choices we've made along the way have been very supportive of that, and also student agency and choice within a classroom setting. Lots of exploration, and a huge part of our TK is that social emotional development and learning, and really helping them to engage with their peers, to engage in a school setting, to learn to co-regulate and regulate, co-regulate with another adult, regulate their own feelings and emotions. And so that's a very big focus of our TK year. We also focus on those foundational skills in mathematics and language arts, reading and writing. So those basic skills to be able to build on as we go through. School readiness skills. And really those are things like how do I sit with my friends, share materials, sit at a circle time, engage with the books and other materials that the teacher is presenting. So really, how am I at school? How do I interact? So that's what our TK program really focuses on overall. To support this work, we have done quite a few things as a team. We've had summer work groups over the last several years, and through that work, we've been able to do that alignment, as I was discussing earlier, with those different documents, to really look to see if this is the ending kindergarten standard, and this is the preschool learning, what really should that focus be during that year? So we've taken those and designed what our focus will be during that TK year, which then leads into our assessments. So we dove in with another group saying, if this is what our expectations are, these are our goals for that year. Now let's make sure our assessments are lining up with that. And then of course, the next step for there is we need to align our report card so that we are reporting to families what we're measuring. So we've done that work through a variety of work groups with a variety of teachers, and there's still work to be done. We're continuing to look at our reporting system, and as the rollout continues, we'll continue to work together. We have another work group this summer that's going to continue that refinement process. So we're always looking and making changes and adapting, especially with these new documents coming out from the state. We offer parent nights. So those are really fun. We do them virtually right now. This year, we're just about ready to do our third parent night. And then we also have a TK parent orientation, which we just did. So they're generally pretty well attended. The first two parent nights, we had about 50 people join in. Our TK parent orientation, we had, wrote the number down, 369 families log in to our TK parent orientation. So that's very exciting. And I will say our parents are so appreciative of the time to ask questions. We had Jamie Dugan and Helen Marquedos, who are Nimitz teachers this year at TK, co-present with me. And for our parent orientation, they've done that the last couple of years. We had Tammy Fox, who's at Lincoln, was our chat supervisor. So she was able to get in the chat, and the parents have an opportunity to ask questions. What should I do for this? Or what does this mean? So we're taking all of those questions and we've been adding them to the website for frequently asked questions so that parents have access to information on our website as well, and using the information that from parents of what they really want to know. One of our other work groups this year, I worked with TK and kinder teachers, and we did a group setting up supportive learning environments, which was really an amazing group. It was a small but mighty group, and we really talked about how to set up the classroom in a way that engages children and helps bring that stress level down for children, which also helps with those behaviors that sometimes come up in the early classrooms where the kids aren't sure about school yet. They're not sure what to do. So we had a wonderful time with that. Kimberly Carvalson came to some of those meetings and provided input for us and support, which was really, really wonderful. She's also attended some of our TK optional meetings. We also had Dr. Julie Nicholson come in and do some mentoring and professional development talks with us as a group. She is instrumental in the state implementation of TK and wrote a document for the state as far as implementing play-based learning in TK. So we were, Allison actually had seen her somewhere and introduced us, and it really took off to a nice partnership. So we've been fortunate to have her expertise as well. And, you know, we've been able to do our kindergarten conference, which is in Santa Clara, such a fun time. One of the things that we've really been having a great time with, and you all were able to experience, is our Tinker Boxes. Those are continuing on. So we're excited about that. So that's some of the work that we've been doing over the last few years. And I just have to say, we have just an amazing TK team that really jumps into all of this work. This is a lot of change, a lot of learning, and they're volunteering for summer groups. They're volunteering to go to these optional after school meetings. So it's been really wonderful.
Could you say a few things about the offsite visitation?
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
thank you. I skipped that one. So we just recently, a team of us, me and I think there was 8 or 9 TK teachers, and we went to the Bing Nursery School at Stanford. And we were able to go on a tour and look at play-based learning. And it was really insightful. We had a lot of ideas spring of, oh, what could we do here? And look, we're doing similar things, a lot of validation in the work that's already going on. So that was just recent and really wonderful. I also do want to say thank you to Santa Clara County Office of Education, who sponsored our teachers and paid their substitutes that day for them to go. They offered that just out of the blue, which is really wonderful. So thank you to that. Just quickly to go through, you know, the different areas we've talked about: social emotional learning. Oh, I'm sorry.
How many, at the California Kindergarten Conference, how many teachers were we able to send for that?
Gosh, I don't remember how many went this year. It's open to as many that would like to attend. We do have the UTK grant money from the state. So part of that grant money covers professional development. I would have to look to remember. I want to say there was like 5 or 6 this year that chose to go.
Thank you for that opportunity.
Yeah, they do love it. That's how we found our map, as a matter of fact. So our social emotional learning are, like I said, is a huge component of TK. We do have 2 different curriculum items that we use. We use Second Step, which aligns with what the district is using across the site. And we also use Komochis, and they're very complementary and very helpful for our younger learners to be able to learn these skills. In language arts, with our reading and writing, we have, again, some of these items that continue up into kindergarten and first grade, which is a nice alignment. We use Sunday Let's Play Learn. So you've heard about the Sunday E and some of those other Sunday programs. This is for early learners, and it's a kind of curriculum that can be very flexible, set up in small groups, and very flexible for the teachers to be able to choose what the students really need out of the program. We also have Heggerty, which is a phonological awareness program. And for beginning readers, is absolutely critical to have phonological awareness. So it's very nice that we have that through both Sunday and Heggerty, so we can provide that strong foundation. We have Handwriting Without Tears, Making Meaning, which really helps with the comprehension and really getting into literature. It also is supportive of our English learners. And then just foundational skills in general. There's so many ways teachers bring that in. This here is just a little small example of what some multisensory learning might look like when you talk about language arts. So sometimes we think of language arts as in the early years as being maybe practicing your letters and that sort of thing, but we want it to be engaging and kids to be interacting. So this is a little video in Mrs. Jamie Dugan's class of them doing an activity where they're singing, dancing, moving, and practicing all at the same time. And you know, you can watch the kids when they're trying to remember letter sounds, they can do their things to help them remember. So it's such a strong way to help them to learn, very active and engaging. Get a Jamie for that video. Our English learner program to really work on the children's English language development. They are under the same guidelines as all other ages, where they have daily instruction in both designated and integrated ELD. We use both Making Meaning, which has an ELD strand in it, and Imagine Learning to support that as they work both with the teacher and with Imagine Learning independently through that program that provides the personalized pathway for learning. With our math, we have a brand new, this is our first year with this math program. We did a pilot last year of 2 different programs that they discovered at the kindergarten conference. It was a little bit of a struggle to find some curriculum for TK originally. And so we did a lot of research and we came up with 2 really great programs, and we were so thrilled with the 2 that we found. And so this year is our first year where it's fully implemented. So we've had different professional development along the way. This has been very successful so far. This summer, a work group's going to be working together to really see the best ways to implement it in the classroom now that we've had a year. We'll have some new teachers coming on next year, so they'll get the benefit of learning these kind of tips and tricks and what can you do to make this the most successful as you're implementing it into your classroom. So it's a very hands-on approach, a very supportive company that with the professional development. So we feel very good and confident with that choice. Science, social studies, all those other areas, PE, movement. So right now, the way that because we're looking at this integrated approach and really working in themes or in projects and really hands-on, we have worked as a team to develop some thematic type units. These will continue to be refined. We started the work in the summer of 2020, and we knew that we needed some supports as we were going to be doing distance learning. So we worked together. We created units using the alignment work that we had started doing. These are all units created by and accessible to TK teachers. So they incorporate all of these science concepts, social studies, all of the content areas, including math, language arts, and those other areas. So this is a really great way to have the kids involved. We can play off of their interests as well. And starting next year, we'll have the district provided music. So that's really, really wonderful. We also have workshops. And so, as we know, as kids get into kindergarten, first grade, they do a lot of workshop learning. So they're learning, when we talk about the school readiness, this is one of those things. How do I work in groups with my peers? During the workshop time, they're of course working on so many different skills, not only social skills, but some of these workshops, they're working on fine motor skills. They're doing those science explorations, investigations, working cooperatively together. So it's a really wonderful time for them to start learning those skills as well that will serve them as they move through all of the grades. So looking at next steps, we have several different things we're working on. Some on here I've mentioned already. We're going to continue working, and I'm a little bit going out of order on these bullets here, but we will continue with the alignment work, especially as this new document comes out. We anticipate it'll be around October, but we'll continue that work as well. We'll continue with the expansion of TK all the way through that 25-26 school year as lined out by the state. And some of the exciting parts is, as far as the, facilities and that type of thing, is we are looking, we have a, at Dilworth in particular, we have designed a playground that we are going to bring for approval at some point soon to accommodate TK at that site. And some of the other sites, we've looked around and have done an audit of the different playgrounds to see how accessible they are to 4-year-old children. So with some of these UTK funds, the idea would be upon approval to change out some pieces of the other playgrounds at other sites to make them the ones that are 5-year-old and up, that we can bring those into a 4-year-old. That's the word I'm looking for, accessibility. So the Dilworth playground would be started, if approved, this sometime in the fall, hopefully to be completed by December. So that's in the works, very exciting. And then I'll just say also, we have been doing quite a bit of work with, making sure that teachers are in the right classrooms. So I've been working closely with principals, both when they are increasing and we're adding a TK class, to make sure that we're finding a classroom that has restroom, that is large enough in size, those, all of those different guidelines. It can be challenging at times, and sometimes there's a little bit of movement that has to happen. But we've all been working together to accomplish that. And we're on our way for sure. So it's getting better and better as we go, as far as that.
You want me to take the last bullet there?
Yes, that's wonderful. Thank you.
So then our next steps too are, as Michelle shared, we have the TK classes at all of our neighborhood. And this year we actually added a TK class at McCullough. We had met with a group of parents who had come forward with expressed that interest. And we really had to take a look at with our alternative sites, because initially our priority was to get TK at all of our neighborhood schools, which we actually did much quicker than I think we originally thought in implementation back in 21-22. And so it has grown, which has been super exciting. So now we're in the conversations with our alternative sites, because we currently have our CLIP, Faria, and Murdoch-Portel. What does TK look if we were to put it onto there? So some of the considerations that we're having to take into account is facilities. Faria, CLIP, Murdoch-Portel, is there space available? Are the facilities even going to allow us to expand on TK? But even more so, the schools are set up on a lottery. They have wait lists for those 3 schools. And how do we ensure that it continues to be equitable for our families to enroll? And so that was purposely why we said it really needs to be that full implementation. So if they do have a TK class, every parent that has a TK age student is eligible then to do the lottery. And so we have to have more consideration and conversations about what does that look like. TK isn't required. Will every family want to sign up for TK? Knowing that if they do, then they have the opportunity to get into lottery in. Is that fair to a family who maybe doesn't want to enroll their TK student at one of those sites, but would like to get in at kindergarten? And is there some way in between that we can work with that as well? And then we really do have to look at, for example, Murdoch-Portel. How does a TK class fit into the philosophy of the school? where they have their age group together. And so those are the conversations that we're having with the sites right now, with Michelle as well. And then what I'd like to do is we can include some of that further discussion with that. We're going to be bringing back in June information on our alternative schools based on our policies have shifted. What does that look like with our waiting list? What are our enrollment at our alternative schools? And we'll embed that TK conversation as well, because again, we have a little over a year to make some decisions, but those conversations are happening right now.
Question, Jerry?
Yeah, so do you see us coupling the decision of the policies of the three schools, like the one you mentioned, Murdoch Portal, or that's specific to Murdoch Portal, and we already have McCullough that has TK, so there is an exemplar potential policies. I'm just sort of saying in terms of planning, do you see us making a decision all three at the same time, or do we kind of launch them as we resolve them, or if it's too far out, that's fine
Yeah,
too.
I think that has to be part of the conversation because we don't necessarily have the TK even into a policy right now. You know, we've just had this expansion and you know that somewhere in 25, 26, we're in full implementation. What does that mean? So I do think that conversation needs to happen at probably the same time in all three of them. And we may choose to say, you know, this alternative school is able to offer TK because of XYZ. This one we're not able to. We may say, you know what additional alternative schools have TK, they go to their neighborhood schools and then they lottery in as it is now. So I think those decisions, we probably need to have that information to decide. Thank you.
Any other questions? I have one. Is anybody else cold or is it just me? Thank you, Mahmood. Any other questions for Michelle or Stacy regarding TK?
Thank you for the presentation. It's really cool to see all the stuff that's happening. I had a few questions. So one question I had was just kind of where does special ed fit into TK? Like you had mentioned that ELD is kind of similar standards to kindergarten. Ongoing is sped the same thing. And how does that, I mean, how does TK and YCC interact, or if they interact at all? Because I know like there's some, not cannibalization, but there's some of the overlapping age group, right, between preschool, YCC, TK. So can you just kind of double click a little bit on that?
Sure. So with our STC classes in particular, so we have some that are, let's say, TK1 or TK2 or TKK. What we have done is for curriculum, I've worked with Amy and Jennifer, and we are sharing some of the same curriculum. And the teachers of those classes are also participating all together. So we have that conversation that goes across the special education setting and the general education setting, all for in that TK realm. As far as YCC, right now, there's not a lot of overlap with YCC. So I'd have to get a little more information to see if there are some things maybe I'm not as aware of, but yes, right now I would say that the main thing that happens is we're really making sure that our special education TK and our general education TK are working together and supporting students using the curriculum that's appropriate for both. There are times where it isn't and times that it is, and so we're working together.
Thank you. My other question is regarding some of the facilities in terms of like finding facilities that have the bathroom and then the playground and all those things. When you say you're like looking as you've been expanding, because I would just imagine that at most of our schools, we only have the kindergarten classrooms, right, with the little toilet in the classroom. So as we're adding these TK classes, are we simultaneously adding those facilities, or are we or are there empty classrooms that already have those facilities?
So there's been a combination of strategies that have been used to be able to do that. So in some circumstances, it just involved moving classrooms to new locations. Sometimes there happens to be, let's say, a modular building that already has a restroom in it. We're going to prioritize that for a TK classroom. We've also had to look at moving an after-school care program to a different building on campus. so that our TK could access that building. They still have their access, but with an external restroom, and we can utilize that. So each school has its own unique setup and challenges. So, for example, this spring, like early spring, I was working with the principals saying, okay, if your site is one that winds up with more enrollment, what would the location be? So we took some steps to kind of pre-plan. And then as we would get the enrollment numbers, then we could take that next step to say, okay, now let's implement that plan. So we're still in the process. There'll be a little movement going on this year. We're still projecting out to next year and what might happen on those years. So, and then of course, we're closely with Todd and Dina on these types of things as well to make sure we're coordinating.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay.
Oh, wait. Sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
So more for Stacy, the discussion on TK offerings, I'm curious if this is something worth bringing to the enrollment committee or the enrollment task force. And I don't know. I know alt schools are always kind of one of those, like, there's pros and cons in terms of balancing enrollment and neighborhood school enrollment versus the alternative school enrollment. So I'm curious, and maybe this isn't part of that conversation, but how that might impact neighborhood enrollment at the TK level. I know in the past we've used some of that TK as well to encourage enrollment into that neighborhood school. So maybe it's worth bringing to the enrollment task force and getting their thoughts on that.
And we will talk a little bit about our enrollment task force and this evening when we introduce them as where we're projecting to go for the next 2 years. So this could be.
Okay.
All right, we're going to shift.
We're ready to move on.
We're shifting right into Cooper Doodle. Just Michelle, and I believe we have Alice is going to join, or maybe just there for support. You're welcome to join us over the table. You'd like that.
She's here a short time. She has a parent tour coming up in just a few minutes, so she'll be excellent. But I'd like to introduce Alice Chan. So Alice Chan is she's supervisor at Cooper Doodle Preschool, and so she helps to work with all of the staff and families. And as we're doing today, a tour, so working with parents and a lot of community work that we'll talk about as well as we could. Hi.
Thanks, Alice.
Okay. So with our preschool program, so it was opened in 2018 in August. We had 4 staff, including Alice, was our first lead teacher. And we had 21 students to start in 2 classrooms on the Muir campus. It has grown over the years, and we'll go through that just a little bit, but to the point now where we have 26 staff, 6 classrooms, and 144 licensed seats for our preschool. And sorry, I wasn't hitting my button. Thank you, whoever did. So looking at the timeline of the years and how, kind of what happened over the years and how different things impacted the preschool program. As I said, we started out in 2018 with 2 classrooms. As we moved into 2019, we added the Montclair campus. So at that time, we had 1 classroom at Montclair, and then next door was a TK classroom at that time. And so there was, the playground was added at that time and some fencing. And so we shared that with the TK during that school year. And then, of course, we all know what happened in March of 2020. We did continue, our staffing was in place, but our students were no longer attending school. So from March to June, there was no tuition at that time, but our staff did distance learning. And provided weekly lessons to families and that sort of thing. So that was definitely an interesting year. We did return in 2020. So we were on campus all year with the preschool during the 2020-21 school year. And boy, I made the font very small. And so during that year, if you think back, there was a limit to how many adults could be in any one room. And so we only can have 14 adults per room. And we did have children of families that were, essential workers. And so we expanded to have 2 additional classrooms at Muir. And that allowed us to break the kids up into those rooms of 12 children per class. And we added a class at Montclair as well to separate that out. Although we had lower enrollment, we also had lower staffing, as some of our staff opted not to be working in person during that school year. So it did balance itself out pretty nicely during that year of how many students wanted to, the families wanted the students to attend versus how many staff were able to work. Moving into 21-22, those same 6 classrooms now were able to be filled to capacity. So in that school year, all 6 were filled. We've always had, from the beginning, we split at Muir, half the rooms English and half the rooms Mandarin bilingual. As we moved into the 22-23 school year, we did, based on community interest and need, switch that percentage to 25%. So 1 classroom of the 4 at Muir was English and the other 3 were Mandarin bilingual. And that continues to this day. And Montclair has been English up to that time. We moved over the summer from the Muir campus over to Meyerholtz. And so that was quite an adventure, but we did it. We got licensed and the teachers were amazing, backing everything up. And then we had all the support of, the whole crew, getting everything moved over, making sure the site was up and ready to go. And so we opened at Meyerholtz in August of 2023. We did add a lunch service at that time. It is a program not on an elementary school setting. So although at Montclair, families can participate in the lunch service, that isn't so at Meyerholtz because there's not an elementary school attached. So we do have a lunch service that we use for that school. So that's the basic timeline of events for it is a play-based preschool. We also have a 12-to-1 ratio like TK, and that all originally came under Title 22, which is how TK that's sort of what it was based off of at that time. As I said before, we have currently 3 Mandarin bilingual classes and 3 English classes all together over 2 sites. We have 3 different schedules to accommodate family needs. And all of our employees, of course, are classified employees. Our total capacity over the 6 classrooms is 144. We have 24 per room. Our capacity at Meyerholtz is 96, Montclair is 48. We do offer staff discounts and staff rates. Our current numbers, we have 9 children that are children of staff members. 54 of our students currently live out of district and 90 live within the district. Those numbers, they ebb and flow just a little bit as families move, but you can take that percentage to be pretty consistent throughout this year. You can see the tuition payment schedule here. All families pay a $300 registration fee, and this helps us to cover some of those costs of enrolling children and maintaining the program. The staff discount has changed a little bit over the years. It's currently at 25%. And there's also a sibling discount, but it is something that we can offer our staff to be able to have a discounted tuition. And we do adjust our tuition, over the years. We did not have an adjustment this year. We will have an adjustment next year. We haven't determined that yet. I'll work with our business services team to determine what that should be, but we will adjust that to account for the different expenses.
Oh, so I do have a question regarding the enrollment tuition. The Cooper-Doodle, since it is different than TK, do the fees and the tuition that we get from enrollment cover the costs of the entire program or just the salary, or is it self-sufficient?
We're gonna do the financial piece at the end. And so I think we'll be able to answer that question better with those numbers at the end. Is that okay?
Yes.
Great.
Thank you.
Sure. We do also offer a summer program that is separate from the year program. So when families sign up for Cooper Doodle, they sign up for the same school year as their first grader or their fourth grader. So it's the same start day, same end day. We do offer our staff the 3 work days before the first day of school as part of being a staff member so that the employees can attend work on those back to school days. And but the summer program, the families sign up for 1 week at a time over the summer. Our staff members are off of contract during that time. So those who choose to work, we sign them up to do the work over the summer. So we work closely with our HR department to be able to get those people all lined up for summertime. So this is a separate kind of revenue and then during the school year, they of course combine all together, but it's we don't have the same number of enrollment students with enrollment in the summer as the school year, as some families choose to have their children stay home in the summer, take vacations. Just a little bit about the preschool. It is a play-based learning environment. We have indoor and outdoor learning. This team also visited the big nursery school. It was such a wonderful time with our TK teachers that we took our preschool teachers as well. And, we've been able to incorporate a lot of the wonderful indoor play-based experiences outdoors. So you'll see children ebbing and flowing in between indoor and outdoor in the morning, making their own decisions about where they want to be. At Meyer Holtz is kind of a little pilot we have going right now. So we're excited about that. You can see up here, of course, all the different fun things going on, building things. A lot of these are student initiated. Some of them are put out to be exploratory. Of course, teachers being really intentional with what they're putting out there for children to do. But children having that choice to participate in things that spur their interest. Outside of our classrooms, and here's a couple more examples here, but outside of our classroom, we also reach out to the community and we interact with the community. So we use the Parent Square to be able to message our own families through Parent Square, which has been really wonderful. We also do have a preschool app. It's kind of like a mini preschool student information system. So all of our registration documents are in there. The student immunization records are in there. There's a built-in parent communication system where parents can literally get on their phone and text the teacher within the app. So to say, grandma's picking up today, or those sorts of things. Their teachers are able to send photos of the children during the day to families who are at work, and they absolutely love that. I have to say, it's a really wonderful feature. So again, we also have the continuity of care through our summer program so that families who need it are able to have care year round. We attend many community events, Cherry Blossom Festival, Rotary. We do all of the festivals around. You'll always see a booth and you'll almost always see Alice there for sure. I'm there as much as I can, but she's really wonderful. Our teachers attend and are able to talk to potential families, prospective families about the program. We advertise in different local publications, banners, as you saw Alice leaving, tours, and things like that. So we enjoy that. And we've had also some of our teachers participate in Project Cornerstone. And we love celebrating and connecting our families. You'll see families there quite a bit. We have all the different events throughout the year, celebrations. We bring in community members, librarians, firefighters. We celebrated Week of the Young Child, and a big thank you to everyone who was able to participate in that. So a lot of different things that we do to celebrate and bring families in. So many families also come in and share about their work, play music for the kids. We've had dads come with guitars and sing out on the playground, all kinds of fun things. So that brings us to our digital fiscal update.
Do we have any questions before we move into the money part? Okay,
Switch to the next page.
Yes.
So, thanks for allowing me to speak. I did talk to Michelle about this, and I got a little bit more of the history over time, and obviously we did go through a period of time from the COVID standpoint where it really kind of slowed our start of Cooper Doodle. But I'd have to say that over the 7 years that we've now been in operations, we've generated about $7.7 million of gross revenues, which is great. Most of the costs are program costs and salary costs, and I'll talk a little bit about that in a few minutes on the next slide. But more or less, the story here is that, like a lot of other startup companies, startup businesses, there is a cost to get off the ground. So in that case, to help start up the Cooper Doodle program, the district did provide what I would refer to as a contribution over a period of 3 years, actually. And it happened to be at that time during COVID, where if we were not in COVID, my guess is that the contributions may have stopped after the second year, but we went 3 years before not needing a contribution from the district and district general fund. Last year was our first year. We actually, I would call it a profit, but I want to put a caveat in terms of profit, is that right now we are covering all the labor costs, the program costs. We are charging for indirect costs. Indirect costs are those things that are indirect costs to operate the program, things such as the supporting of hiring employees, the custodial services, paying the bills through fiscal services. Those are the indirect costs. And those indirect costs we were able to charge just the last year. But the one cost that we've not been able to charge back, those other direct costs, and that would be in the form of facility use space. And that was one of the things I know when I was here back the first time, that we were talking about Cooper Doodle being able to be fully sufficient, including covering the cost of facilities. Unfortunately, we're not at that point in time. So that's why I was saying, from a caveat standpoint, we're not quite truly profitable from that standpoint, but we are making revenue if we didn't take that into consideration. And so that may be something else we want to continue to look at, because when you look at the facility costs, it's just literally the square footage that they use. And so with the amount of classrooms that they use, I'm calculating that it could be about $370,000 on a per annual basis if Cooper Doodle was able to cover the full cost of everything. So that really is the difference between, fully profitable and just breaking even. So what I just kind of shared with you will be on the second slide, and here are the kind of the numbers, and I'll walk you through it. So as I mentioned, first 3 years, there was that contribution. So there was about a total of $596,000, almost $597,000 of contributions to Cooper Doodle over the first 3 years. But as you can see, their revenue has increased steadily. Currently now, in the current year, we've budgeted about $2.4 million of revenues. So that's very good. And obviously, if you go back when we were during COVID, we weren't even collecting at least half that amount of money. As the program has fully spread itself out, we've obviously increased staffing. So the largest percentage of the staffing is classified salaries. So salaries are about 89% of the total budget, 2.1 million. So maybe to Ava's question, when you look at the revenue for this year, 2.4 million, and the staffing costs about 2.1, we're covering all the staffing costs. It then gets down into some of these other categories, and there's a little bit of money there for supplies, materials. The reasons why the supplies and material monies this year was projected higher, this is a budget. This is not where we are at the end of the year. We're probably not going to be spending all of that. So whatever doesn't get spent then goes back down to that bottom line. So it'll build up that bottom reserve number. Right now, I'm projecting it at 361,000 if we end the year as is. And again, the caveat that doesn't account for any facility pieces, but this is kind of what the picture looks like.
I think the other caveat to throw out too is that, and I think Michelle's done a great job in monitoring, keeping us updated. We didn't really know what the impact would be with the expansion of TK on our Cooper Doodle. Would families, as their child became TK eligible, would they pull them out of Cooper Doodle? And we really haven't seen that shift. We've actually seen the increase in Cooper Doodle. So, I think that just validates that parent choice that some just really value in keeping them in a Cooper Doodle program versus putting them in the TK. I think that is a positive to offer choice.
I'll entertain any questions.
Okay, so, questions? Jerry?
So I'm just wondering, how are the indirect costs calculated? It's because when I look at 21-22, the amount that's charged just so happens so that it makes the balances out the revenue so that and it feels a little bit of, I don't know, financial engineering here, that the charge is such that so that, you balance out to the dollar. So I'm wondering, which is fine. I'm not complaining about that. I'm just wondering, is there a formula? Because then the next year after that, it goes down, then this year it goes up. So
So
how do
the
you account for that?
indirect cost rate is not a rate that we come up with. We
Okay,
have a state approved indirect cost rate. So as a district, based upon our expenditures for prior years, there's a formula for how they calculate that
Got it.
rate. So that rate is the rate we apply to all programs.
okay. So then and you talked about this would include things like HR, for instance, HR support. But if Cooper Doodle wasn't there, the HR folks would still be there, right? It's like they have more work to do, but it's not like they lose hours if Cooper Doodle weren't there. You have certain FTEs that's in HR and they just.
Well, those are the direct costs related to
Oh, so-
operating the rest of the district.
So that would be a direct cost. So, okay, so I'm sorry, so some
This is,
examples.
but this would be an indirect cost. So the HR function to support Cooper Doodle would be an indirect
Right,
cost.
okay. And then what you're saying is there's some kind of formula that's applied across.
It's a percentage of total
percentage.
expenditure.
Okay, so like a sort of a centralized overhead. Okay, all right, thanks.
Any other questions?
No questions, just comment.
Questions? Okay, let's go to April comments.
I appreciate the time going into this and putting in the costs, and I appreciate Michelle putting the work into it, that there is a positive at the end, and I think the price, even though we didn't raise it, the price, if you look at it in the hours that is kids are in the school, the top, and it's a great system that we have, and I think it's more like a service that we are providing for the community. We're in the business of education, not necessarily in the business of a company in terms of raising money. However, I like seeing that we are in the positive, and that at the end of the day, at the very least, if we take in consideration of the indirect costs, we're still coming out ahead. We're balancing even, and to me, because we're educational equity, that is a plus. And so I appreciate that we have this option for the community, because it also has hours in which in our TK program, it extends the hours till 6 p.m. and it gives our parents choice as well.
Any other comments?
So I do have a question, sorry. It took me a little bit longer to figure out how to phrase it. So the statement here is that in order to be totally profitable without, and being able for us to charge the facilities, they would need to increase revenues by 370K. Is there any projection on what the possibility is of that, what the growth rate is of that? At what point would they become that? And also what would be the additional costs of that? In terms of, would that be taking up more classroom space as well? Or can you just explain that a little bit more in terms of, if that's the number, is that attainable in a reasonable time or amount?
Let me take a stab at that. So as you're talking about how does profitability how can we work toward getting more profitable to cover all of the costs when you have these other variable costs like staffing costs that go up from time to time? The facility cost, I would say right now, is probably your fixed cost, because I was projecting this based off of $3 a square foot, and that's kind of the discussion we've been having about renting space. So I would say that the facility is the fixed cost, but then the variable cost will be the program cost, staffing. And so to cover those costs, obviously, we're going to need to increase revenues, and to increase revenues is to increase participation. Increasing participation could be just having more students or charging at a higher rate. But if increasing students requires us to expand and take on more classroom space, then that is the other lever that works against trying to get it to be a balance, a completely balanced budget. That answer your question?
So the answer is we really don't know, basically. Like because it's totally variable.
Well, I think of the question, maybe I'll just be honest. I mean, in my opinion, it's really a matter of what's the price point that makes it attractive for parents to sign up, because we could be charging twice as much as we would charge right now. We would cover those costs, but the cascading effect of that is we might not have the participation level at a much higher price point. So that's what I'm saying. There is that understanding that trying to find, maybe it's not, again, the point is not to be making money, but maybe to break even. And maybe to break even might be a combination of trying to get enrollment up, get more participation without incurring any additional costs that we're already incurring now.
I know one of the original, back when it was put into place in 2018, was really looking at, how do we also provide something for our staff, and that incentive to have staff take advantage. And, although it's a small, I know for the 9 staff members or 8 staff members that have children in the program, that discounted amount is important to them, and, allows them to have their child where they're working. And, that's been a value. And, I don't know how, if we can even expand that and offer. We did, I want to say it was a 30% discount 2 years ago when we decreased it down to 25%. So we have taken a look at that. But I agree with Chris, really, what is that analysis? If we raise the cost, what would we need to raise it to accommodate that, or that increase to 370, or are we just, wanting to break even and offer this, which I think is a delightful, wonderful program for our students. The other area that is now coming to our attention, because again, as we've shifted into basic aid, we're not trying to attract families into our district, which is a shift from where we've been for years and years. And so that also had been an incentive at the time. Living outside of CUSD, you could enroll in Cooperdoodle, and then you get a priority into our neighborhood schools. So, we're looking at what those numbers are too, because we want to ensure our money that we're generating from our property tax really is spent on our students. And so just relooking at a lot of those different policies and how does it affect us long term as well, in fairness.
So I think I'm out of the mainstream. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. So first of all, Michelle, thanks for the presentation. It's really nice to see the program. I think the way it's grown over the years, and that it's clearly a very, very good program. I go to these different events. I always see Cooperdoodle there, all these Memorial Park programs. So thank you for all that. I think so. I joined the board in December of 2018, about a couple of months after this started, and I remember for years after that, Dr. Baker talked about Cooperdoodle as being a lever it's an experiment, right? To sort of a fee-based program to try to generate revenue to address some of the, we just had, I remember the first term, it's all about money, right? And and I think now years later, I not seeing it as on a trajectory to pull in. I think he had, $1 million, $2 million-ish kind of thing, which is fine. I think because it's a service in its own right. And I understand that it takes time for these things to sort of grow for us to develop that organizational knowledge and learning on how to run these organizations. Provide these services. I think the thing where I am right now is I don't want to, in the long term, run a fee-based program that's losing money. Because it's not for me, it's not whether or not Cooper Doodle is worth it. It's whether or not the money we're spending on Cooper Doodle, the trading off with something else. Maybe we could run a STEM camp. Maybe we could hire a couple of more IAs in the classrooms and all that. So for me, it's always a trade-off. So I guess I'd be interested, and I do understand, Chris, what you're saying about we have certain cost structures and, you know, economics 101, you can't just increase the tuition and all that. But I'd be interested to see if there is a path to at least getting to break even, accounting for, you know, I don't know if we need to charge $3 a square foot, because right now, if I look at our leases for a lot of the other properties, it averages out to $250. And so I don't want to overburden the program. But at the same time, I just like to see if there's a path to sort of at least break even. Because I think if there isn't, we as a board should really talk about why we're running this. And, you know, Ava, to your point, I'm all supportive of providing services for our community. But when we started this was really about generating money. And then it's got all these other things. So I think just really talking through why we're running this program would be a good conversation to have. Is where I'm from. And yeah, so thanks.
I thought it was out of the mainstream. I'm not totally out of the mainstream because I kind of agree with Jerry. We're serving less than half of the kids we're serving are our kids. 54 of the students that we're serving are out of district. And while I think it's an outstanding program, there's no question. I've been in those classrooms. I think they're great for kids. But I'm wondering if we should continue it because of the fact that it would be difficult to make it self-supporting. And I don't know that I want to spend our district money when over half the kids are not ours. So that's where anybody have anything else?
Yeah, I wanted to add in, so with, I don't know which slide it was with the numbers on it. No, it was the one with,
40.
how many kids are
48.
144?
144.
Kids
54
are
out of-
currently,
Slide
right,
48.
enrolled. And so 144. I don't think it's quite half when you have 54 out of 144
Right.
that are
A
out
little
of
less than
district.
half.
But they're paying for it. And yeah, I understand we haven't raised the fees, but also look at it, I mean, from a budgeting perspective, it's a program that's on our property that we already own. And I guess in my mind, I don't count the square footage part. I can understand a certain percentage in terms of like the overhead costs of operations and managing that to be part of the cost of the program. But if it's land that we already own, it's free land in a way. And I know in the business perspective, we may look at it as in like, what could we get for that piece of land if we were to rent it out? And so I feel like it's currently worth it, and I feel like, and I'm not sure, maybe we can, when you guys have that conversation of how much that increase, that is reasonable, because I'm looking at the cost, and you know, we do live in a pretty expensive area, and this would help with people finding childcare that would be workable. And then the other thing is that Stacy mentioned that once the kids are in Coopadoodle, they can also, and if they're from out of our district, they could attend our schools, and there's like a policy behind that. And I'm wondering, and it's, we do have an enrollment committee. I know it's board policy, but like, as a board to kind of look at that part, that I could see how that eats into our costs if it's there from out of district, and especially if we're moving into District A. But that's like a whole nother conversation to have. But I think we should look into that conversation. But I still like the idea of Coopadoodle because I could see someone who that works in our school district coming from somewhere else to drop their kids off, you know. But I think with the policy of out of district kids attending our schools going forward, because we are changing the way how we're being funded, that should be something that I like to see in the future in terms of discussion as a board.
I do want to say, you know, at the beginning of the presentation, that was part of it. We knew that we were giving a lot of information, and probably the first time that you've seen some of the numbers and information. And so would absolutely recommend that, you know, we put this on for a future agenda to continue the discussion. Gives us some of that opportunity to, you know, kind of format what would that look like? What, you know, because one thing I think that would be of interest, you know, how do we compare in what we charge as compared to other programs in the area, and, you know, bring back some comparability there, and, you know, what is the potential to increase and what would that look like? And so I think we'd be happy to bring that back at a future meeting.
Yeah, and to that point, we do look around the community to look at prices in different areas, different preschools, what the ratios are, what their setup is. As far as, you know, overalls too, just as we kind of think forward to coming back and looking at this again, we did have some unexpected expenses that kind of reflect in that bottom line, which, you know, a movement from near over to Meyerholtz was an added expense that when you look out over the years, that expense won't be there next year or the following year. So when you look at that kind of ending fund balance there, you're going to see those expenses not incurred. You know, and of course, as Chris mentioned earlier, the line that you see on the end there is a budgeted line. It is not the final line. And so the actuals are actually quite a bit different than the budget, but of course, we're not done with the year yet. So we can't give you those numbers until we've wrapped up the year. But as we move forward and we have a chance to look, that'll give you an even more accurate picture of how we ended and what the overall has been. So hopefully that will be helpful, you know, in time to come.
And for me, with respect to this out of district students, it's not to our advantage to have them stay with us as we move into community funding, because we don't get any extra money for them. So right now, I'm on the side of thinking about not having Cooper Doodle in our district, but as Michelle points out, I'm anxious to see what the actuals are. And if it's not costing us money, I think it's an outstanding program. If it's costing us money, I have some reservations. So anybody else?
And we do keep track of numbers as well, as far as how many students stay. So even though they're out of district, doesn't necessarily mean they enroll the following year.
Right.
So our students.
So maybe when we have another session, you could bring that back as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, anything else? Thanks, Michelle. Great presentation. Thank you, Christy, for
Spending your time.
And we are ready to move on to, I can't find my slide here.
General bond.
Whatever's next.
Session.
Okay, the bond, good.
Just continuing to give you more and more information here.
I'm getting on information over.
So we did want to spend some time, you know, as we've had the conversation about the going out for the bond on our November 2024 election. You know, we've started to have that conversation. Dale Scott has been here to share the survey results. He shared some of the different formats of the possibility of the dollar amounts. And would like to invite Dale back to join us. And Dale, you're welcome to sit up at the table if you don't want to stand at the podium. We're a little less formal on our board advances, but really just to have a chance to dive in a little bit more. We are, you know, fast approaching our time where we need to finalize what amount of the bond do we want to go out for, and as well as looking at that project list. And again, that project list is really based on the facility master plan that had been conducted back in 2019 and prioritization through all of the educational partners' input from that. So I'll stop talking so that Dale and Chris can.
Welcome. Nice to have you back.
Want me to dive in?
I want you to dive in, please.
Some of this I think you've seen, but we'll concentrate on the important parts as we go through. On the other parts, less so. You have seen this slide before. I think it discusses the turnout in Santa Clara County. The blue are the presidential dates. So slide 2. Everybody understands why this is important. Higher turnout brings out. Higher turnout brings out a larger proportion of Democrats to more fiscally conservative voters. If we can go to the next slide, which I think you have seen, but I think it's an important one. There's always a question when we start talking about the tax rates. Well, how much does this really cost? And the answer, of course, is it depends. Depends on how much your assessed valuation is. So what I showed on this slide is your actual assessed valuation. These are the 2021, so it's a little old, but it's the assessed valuation of all the single family homes in Cupertino. You have actually almost 4,500 single family homes that are assessed at less than $200,000. Those are people that live there a very long time. That's why. You also have a large number of homes that are assessed at over $2 million. So when you're saying, well, it's going to be a $30 tax rate or $25 tax rate or whatever the number is, you can see it changes a lot depending on what your home is. Anywhere from $60 to $600. On page 3, we have the recent history. Sorry, page 4. We have recent history of the GO bond elections. Note that all of them passed well over 55%. Now I want to turn to the alternative bond structures, which is really what is going to be needed in order to go forward. There are 3 different structures here. The first is conventional financing. Gray, by the way, is the current estimated tax rates that have already been passed by the voters. You see it's currently at about $40 per $100,000 of assessed valuation. If we had a $444 million financing at the maximum tax rate of $30, it would cause the first years to raise to about over $50 all in combined. On the next page, we've lowered that amount to a $24 tax rate, using $350 million. Fairly low marginal increase of roughly $9. And then on the third page, slide 8, we've shown what a tax rate extension drops the amount to $306 million. And it can be put on the ballot with a description that it's not going to increase current tax rates. You're just going to continue to pay what you're already paying. I can stop here if anybody wants to ask. Immediately say, I want this one, or no, I don't want that one.
I just have a question about the tax rate extension. So we would all pay the same that we're paying now in terms of the over a longer period of time. And that would generate $306 million in bond. So that, okay, thank you.
Right. Now I want to, yes.
So, and what is that number? Like, so if it was $30 and then $24 and then tax rate extension what's the actual dollar?
I think it's 29.
Is it what?
What's the actual dollar of the tax rate?
Yeah.
Well, the tax rate is, if you look at this chart, you can see it's the blue and it changes from years to year. So in the years starting in 2041, the tax rate is $30. This is the new tax rate. In the earlier years, the tax rate fits into the prior tax rate, and it's more like about $15. Again, these every year have to be kind of looked at carefully. We're estimating what the tax rate is going to be, but it's going to be impacted by what happens with assessed valuation. So it's a projection that it's not going to increase. It's not a guarantee that it's not going to increase or decrease. Okay. So that is one of the biggest pieces that we need in order to proceed. We need to know What's the dollar amount? Is the dollar amount going to be something as I showed on slides 6 and 7, or is it going to be shown on slide 8? And because it's a difference in how we construct the language that goes on the ballot. But regardless of that structure, there has to be a dollar amount. In addition,
Jerry has a
Hi,
question.
Mr. Scott, maybe, so could you just kind of give your assessment on how much that language matters? Being able to start with the ballot language, being able to start with without changing state. Is that a minor thing? Is that a major thing? What's been your experience with these?
well, generally, it's a big deal.
Okay.
I mean, generally, it's a big deal because you can just think of your own personal attitude. You say, oh, I'm good for, I don't want my taxes to increase, but I'm okay with what I'm paying now. So I'm good
Okay.
with extending. However, we did test this in the district about 2 years ago, and it didn't really move the needle,
Oh,
which was unusual. So I don't know how to interpret that, whether that's just people here didn't believe it. Possible, that they don't believe that, or yeah, I've heard that before. Or it's just not a big enough number to make a difference. But generally, besides the time we did it here, that makes a big difference.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thanks.
Anybody else have a question before it goes on? Okay, moving right along.
We put together 2 different examples of the ballot language, so you can see what that would look like. I was actually, and I have to admit my ignorance on this. I was very surprised one time I was here and I was listening to somebody speaking. It dawned on me, I had always thought, well, Cupertino, of course. Cupertino means Cupertino. It turns out it doesn't mean Cupertino. And so, because what I was doing is I was looking at some survey results and saying, this doesn't really make sense to me, that it doesn't move that much. You have a very large proportion of people that don't have children in the schools. That's not unusual. You have a very large proportion of people that say that they believe that quality schools increase housing values. You put those 2 pieces together, you usually have a lot of support. But there wasn't that much support. And then it dawned on me, well, that's because we're not telling them that it's going to help them in their community. We're only taught, if they don't have children in the Cupertino schools, how do they know that the Cupertino schools are part of their life in Santa Clara, Saratoga, San Jose, Los Altos, etc. So that's why we redesigned this ballot language. And you can see how much this changes. The conventional language we would suggest starting with funds that cannot be taken by the state. That, by the way, that phrase there, with funds that cannot be taken by the state, or with funds that cannot be taken by the state and spent elsewhere, with the start of COVID, that has risen to the top of all polling. It's often you see 90% of the people saying it would make me more likely to vote for it if I knew that. So that is a very important word. We usually, you can see in the tax rate extension on the right-hand side, we've parked that down at the bottom. And we've started at the top without increasing current estimated tax rates. So that gives you a sense of it. Of course, if you put those words in, you have to take some words out. So there's a little bit of, what's that game? Jenga or something like that.
So on the tax rate extension, I thought if there's no increase in taxes, it was going to raise 302 million instead of 429 million. I'm confused.
Oh, yeah, no, don't think about the number here. This is.
Okay.
We haven't determined the number
Just
yet.
the language. Got it. Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to craft the actual language. I'm just trying to show you how the pieces fit together.
I have another question. On the left side, the language calls out elementary schools, and on the right side, it only says schools. Is that intentional or is that an oversight?
I suspect that's wordsmithing to get it down to 75 words.
You could lose a word. You could go down one more, removing elementary.
I mean, in the end, we're going to be at 74, 75 words.
But the intent isn't to
Intent is not
to elementary schools.
No.
Okay.
I like having the word elementary in. I'm assuming whoever put it together
Oh,
on the right-hand side, it doesn't.
to be more specific about kids, I guess. That's the intent. Okay.
Well, I mean, there are People actually don't really like high schoolers that much. I think that's unfortunate, it's true. So you say elementary, now it gives you a little bit of.
When they-
Preschool, yeah.
When they count the words like Cupertino Union School District, that counts as one,
Yes, all proper
Okay, and
nouns are one
proper
word.
nouns, okay.
So, any Santa Clara is one word.
Okay.
Counted as.
Thank you.
But with the elementary in there, that doesn't prevent us from spending the money at our middle schools then?
No.
Okay.
But we did like kindergarten, K-8, that would count as one.
So those are the big pieces that we have to get definition on before the August filing deadline. Those are, well, what's the dollar amount? And of course, the dollar amount leads into the next issue, which is then what are the projects? And I'll talk about the resolution in just a minute, or I'll actually follow Chris's lead on what he wants me to talk about. But those are the big pieces. What are the projects? What's the dollar amount? What's the structure? What's the launch? All of that comes together in the resolution, which right now is blank because we don't have language, we don't have a dollar amount, we don't have a structure.
So maybe Dale, as you talked about going into these components, so we've talked about the tax rate. We've talked about the ballot language, it will be reflective of whatever that dollar amount is, but maybe we can talk a little bit about the project list, because I know that it's been an item for the board as well, to get their heads around what to do with this bond. And so Dale we have attached the project list in your slide deck. And I had Todd hand out some bigger size copies of the project list. The one that Dale had, I think in the presentation, didn't have dollar amounts, but I asked Todd to plug in the dollar values that were from the facility master plan, given the amount of time that's passed and how much the cost of escalation has. So we built that into the list, but this is what's coming around is just a straight worded list of all the various projects. But I asked Todd to kind of take that and put it in a way where we can look at in terms of where we see the delineation between priority 1 items to priority 2 items to priority 3 items and what the cost is. So I'll have Dale take it.
So within this document, which is the resolution that's passed by the board, there is an exhibit at the back, which is called a project list, which is that you have. The project list is really what, even though we have this ballot language, that's more, I mean, I like to think of that as kind of the teaser on a movie, and it's not exactly what you're doing. What you're doing is the project. So if 3 years from now, Chris calls me up and says the board's come up with a new project, they want to know if they can do X, I turn to the project list. For that reason, we try to draft the project list with council. So it's relatively definitive, but still broad enough to be able to wiggle around it because things change as you go on. However, as you can see, it is fairly long, fairly dry. So at some point, as you begin to say, well, we don't want to do the $400 million project. We want a bond. We want to do the $300 million bond. Well, that's going to shrink projects a bit. Doesn't have to be massive, but there's no reason to tell your voters you're going to be doing all these projects if you're not going to do them. On the other hand, you want to give yourself the flexibility to make changes as time goes on, or to have future boards make changes as time goes on. The project list has, by the way, a very odd history. If you don't mind me just taking a second, but when the Prop 39 was passed, all it says is that the voters need to be informed of the projects. It doesn't say anything about a project list. And so we were struggling with this. This was with Ron Bennett, who some of you may know. He was down in Fresno Unified, we were on the ballot, first district of the state on the ballot. And we saw this and said, what does this mean? Like, how do you do this? If you have 70 hits for project, there is no such thing as a project list prior. And so we thought about, well, maybe we could post it in the newspaper, or maybe we could post it on the door, or maybe, And come on to say, well, what if we did this list and we put it in the resolution, call it a project list? So actually, we made this up. But now so everybody now says the project list, but it doesn't say project list anywhere in the legislation. Yeah, that's the way you all do it. But I do think, Chris, I'll turn it back to you for the dollar amount. Did you want to?
Yeah. Okay, so I'll have Todd maybe walk us through the other spreadsheet. As you will look to the bottom, we have about $1 billion of identified needs. Maybe Todd, go through how we prioritize the needs.
Yeah, so definitely going through priority 1, top of the list, all the way to 5. You'll notice that on the left-hand side column, that a lot of that's coming up to the surface, or the top priority is repair and refresh. So we have quite a bit of infrastructure building needs that are definitely outweighing any types of new construction or projects. Visiting our schools from interior to exterior, or definitely the exterior, you can see that. If we're looking at, again, the different capacities of a bond program, total amount, you kind of group it. If we were able to do group 1, it'd be approximately $96 million. Add to group 2 priorities, another 21 million. Group 3, 152 million. And I do want to point out on the bottom there, we do have some tech needs that weren't placed in the priority, but will definitely be a need to also keep in mind. So really looking at the priority list and the potential overall bonding capacity, you kind of see the projects that we would be able to cover.
Any questions the board has?
Just a question about the process. So this is a guideline of how we spend the money, but presumably after the bond passes, then that board would then sort of go through, well, how would that work? There would be a separate resolution on what projects we fund, or at that point, staff takes over, or how exactly, what's the
process?
What's the process for then selecting the specific ones that are where the money's going to be spent? Is that something the board would still vote on, or after it passes, it just goes to staff and then?
So let me jump in. So similarly how we did with Measure H, we had a running project list. We brought the original project list to the board. The board approved the project list, the estimated values. And then over the period of time, we added, we changed, we deleted things from the project list. So ultimately the board had the final decision on what got onto the project list and how far the project list would go.
Okay, thank you.
But my recollection is that we determined that project list based on the amount of money we were going to go out for. It wasn't like this is quite a bit more. So I remember that we determined that final project list before we went out for the bond.
The project list will be the dollar amount that we go out for the bond.
Right. And so that'll happen.
This is the master list.
Yeah. Ava.
My question is, on the total amount, I mean, there's time between the bond going out and the project starting. How do we calculate the increase of inflation and the construction costs? Because we don't want to run out of money. In terms of how much the bond is for and how much we're actually doing construction, and how do we calculate that into the estimated amount of how much it costs?
Right. So the numbers were based off of our 2020 facility master plan. So we were factoring cost escalation about 8% per year. So that's what's reflected here. So we actually went into 2025 adding another 8% cost escalation.
So to piggyback on that, one of the things that I'm always concerned about is that I think the last projects that come along that we have on our project list, we still have the money to complete those. We don't run out of money before we
finish what we promised them.
Mhm.
So that goes back to her question about making sure that we're estimating those increased costs accurately as we can.
Right.
And I'll jump in. I think that's always our intent, to make sure that there is enough funding there to cover all the projects we are planning to do. But the reality, I think, sometimes is there are those unforeseen conditions that come up. And because there's a need to change the scope of work, those are some of the things that have pulled monies away from our project. So I think it's probably most important to make sure that we get the key projects done at the very beginning. I gotta be honest, usually toward the very end, there's still more projects on the list. Maybe the best example is we did have a component in Measure H to do a central kitchen. It was always there, but we didn't have the money to do that at the end of the day because it went to all of the other needs that came up. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that I think we will make sure that we cover all the main points, but if we want to get down to the last item here, it's hard to say what the cost of that project will be, because that project could be 10 years from now. And the cost of construction could be even more than what we're projecting right now. So really, that's the reality.
I did want to, add as went back and reflected on all the conversations we had. And, I know when we look at our project list, everything is identified as a priority. Even if it's a 5, it's a priority. But one of the common statements that I heard from several of you over the course of the months was more about what do we believe we can get passed by the voters? Because I think that's the important question to ask, because we could say, these are all our priorities and we need 500 million. But if it's not going to get passed by the voters, then why are we doing it? Where, we haven't been out for a bond for a while. We weren't successful in our parcel taxes, for a whole lot of reasons. The economy right now, there's a lot of instability. And so maybe to even focus on that question, like, what do we believe we can get passed, and then work backwards from there? It's kind of my thinking.
Yeah, I do think that districts, sometimes they think this is going to be our only shot. We've got to get it. And the reality is, that's just not the way the law was designed. The law is designed, this $30 tax rate was not the result of a large committee studying this problem. It was the result of 5 guys in a room one night, literally, cutting a deal on what could go on the ballot. And so you're going to be back in front of the voters not you, but this district is going to be back in front of the voters in the future, as new projects arise and you expend it. I was with a board the other night, and they were going through the same issue, and one of the members asked, well, if we decrease the amount of the bond, does that mean we have to decrease the amount of money that we spend at the beginning? I said, no, it's what you spend at the end. I mean, you run out of money, and you run out of money faster, and it goes really fast. So I think there is that trade-off. I'm a little torn because I keep on going back to that tax rate extension, not really moving the needle. I wish we would have tested the names of the municipalities. But I do think that's going to, I know in other districts where we have put in school names, it moves often 5 to 10 points just by putting in the names of the schools, because people will recognize the name of the schools. So there is some place, I think, in the middle for you. I mean, go too low because you're going to not be able to conquer what you need to. Too high, as the superintendent just said, you do want to win.
So what do you think? Where do we go from here? Do we talk about the money part? Do we talk about how do we winnow down this list? What do we do?
I'm happy to talk about where I am.
Okay, good.
Sure. So I guess, the revelation that you share, that language of not changing, because when I'm coming in here, I was looking at the language and I was thinking that's the one that I would want. But then you're sharing that the data we have doesn't really move the needle. And I can kind of see that, because the not keeping the tax rate flat stresses an affordability issue for people, right? And I'm not sure that's the main thing we're running up against. It's probably more around trust, right? Do I trust the district, et cetera, et cetera. It's not an affordability thing, it's a trust thing. I think we've done a lot in this district to gain the trust of the community over the last couple of years with all the things we've done. So I think I would favor the one on the left, the one that says, the original one that doesn't cap us. Because the other thing with that is we don't start collecting money until 28, right? And these are such long-term things that I'd rather, is that right? Or can we start spending the money? Oh, okay, even though it doesn't come till later. But I think nevertheless, I think right now, I'm like to hear from my colleagues. I would be in favor on the one on the left of the without, the state not taking the money. And then there are three values there. There's a 300, 350, 400. I guess I'm thinking you talked about, I don't know, somehow I'm thinking a Little Red Riding Hood and the three bears. So don't want that. I'm happy with the 350. I'm looking at the project list here. We have $1 billion worth of projects, but about half of that is for portables elimination. That's about 448 million out of the billion. And I could probably live without eliminating portables. And that brings the project list down to about 500 million. I think having 350 out of 500, I think we could do a lot with that. So right now where I am is left side 350. Thanks.
Okay, so Ava or Sylvia, would you like to weigh in on what you're thinking? And we'll speak at once.
Time I could go.
Go ahead.
I'm still looking at the master plan list, and I think last time it mentioned it was estimated 2020, and I wasn't around for doing that, and I wonder if there were conversations when we look at things, for instance, HVAC and sewer lines and plumbing. One of our biggest costs that's always ongoing is water and electricity first, then water. And if we could, if we are to redo these things that's related to our mandatory ongoing costs of utilities, that if we have HVAC improvement that increases energy efficiency and or saving water or somehow, however it is, those systems that we have, and we're trying to make improvements so that we're conserving energy on top of other things that we're doing to save costs, if that will impact the cost of it, because my own experience when we buy something that's more energy efficient, or they're newer, the cost would be higher, but you're kind of investing for the future. So things like that, or even having a new central kitchen, which we have all talked about with the construction that goes into that, being mindful of conservation of energy and the use of water. I don't know how much of that would affect the cost. Being that said, I'm guessing it'll be within $50 million or so, because if we were to go with 350 million with the $24 tax rate, I agree with Jerry going with the language on the left, the conventional wording. And I added, just in general, the projects 3, 2, and 1. It comes about $283,000 or so, or not thousand, $1 million. Excuse me. There's still some buffer room for whatever the cost of increasing energy efficiency and the higher cost of construction, or maybe inflation as the project goes along, because it's not going to get done within a year, right? So I mean, just kind of guessing around it.
So I'm hearing you say you're agreeing with Jerry on the $24 tax rate at 350 million and the left side language.
Yes.
Okay, Sylvia, where are you?
Can you remind me what the polling? I'm trying to pull up the report of what the percentages were for the 28, the 30, and the numbers that were pulled at. In my memory, it wasn't a huge different, but I'm just trying to verify.
Oh, on the polling, I don't have it, so.
It'll take me a second, but I can.
So in the meantime, I'll share where I am. I would like to, my first choice would be to maintain the current tax rate at a little lower amount of money. But in terms of the ballot language, if we did that, I would like to have can't be taken by the state and not raise taxes in the bond, in the language. So I'm wondering if we added both of those things into the language and took out the city names.
It's already in there.
It's in both.
It's in both.
It's at the end of the paragraph.
They're just in different locations.
Oh, it's in the end. Oh, okay. All right, so I think we have a better chance of passing if we don't increase the rate. So that's fine.
Is it viable to have that phrase in the beginning, the no?
I would rather have the two phrases at the
Both of them
beginning.
in the beginning,
Yeah.
is that,
I mean, we try to build the language like a hamburger.
okay.
So you're kind of, because the person comes in, I mean, these are long ballots, to be fair. Person comes in, they read the first part, they've already gotten through the president and the senators and the judges and all. And they get to they read the first, 10 or 15 words, and then they glaze over with all the legal gobbledygook, and they go to the bottom. And they think, oh yeah, that sounds pretty good. I mean, that's kind of what my thinking is. We have done it both ways. We flipped it. Find putting the no increase in the tax rate is better at the top.
now, is it possible to put both at the top?
Yeah, it gets a little long, but yeah. we can do
Gets
that.
a little
We're gonna
long.
play-
Is that what you're thinking?
I'm sorry, say it
Is that
again.
what you think, Phyllis, that having both at the top, not being able to take in by the state and maintain current tax rate?
Right. That's my thinking right now.
Yeah. I can do
Yeah.
that.
Is this an action item, by the way, or are we?
No,
just
this is
discussing?
No,
It's just
not
a
an
discussion.
It's like we're in a board
We're
meeting,
using the
so-
information shared
Got it.
from here to talk about the resolution later tonight.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Tonight's an action item, right? With the
Uh,
resolution.
tonight is discussion as well.
I forgot to mention, my estimate included the IT cost.
So
All right, so do you have the
Yeah,
information?
I can answer
Sylvia?
that question. So we tested various tax rates. We tested a less than $30 per $100,000. That was all in, both more likely, and people said it's no difference, so I'm gonna vote yes. That was roughly 40%. $28 went up to 46%. And less than $12 got up to 59%. So there wasn't much difference between 30 and 28, big difference between 28 and 12.
And maintaining the current tax rate,
That's a previous survey.
is that 24? I can't.
That was done in 22.
$4 one is the $350 million company.
Oh, yeah. Maintaining the current one is 306. Yeah. Okay, so Sylvia,
I can't give you a direction at this point in terms of which one. I think I agree with Jerry and Ava in that I do feel more optimistic in terms of kind of how we've moved the community more towards trust in the last few years. At the same time, I know that if there's active opposition, then it can derail a campaign. And so I do kind of that safer kind of keeping it the same. There's some comfort, I guess, in that. There's some security in that. But I honestly, I could go either way at this point with those two specific options. I don't love the tax rate extension verbiage. I like the conventional structure language better as well. And part of it is because it's kind of hard to, it's just a lot of words. There's a lot of words in there that that make it, I think, harder to read. And I also know that when you say without increasing current estimated tax rates, that also our community tends to focus on that word estimated as a, and we've seen it happen with like high school district or other things where it's like, we're not planning, like there are no plans, and then they focus on that word plans, like as if it's a ploy or something like that. Whereas it's actually true that, it's estimated because we can't guarantee that, that's not out of our hands. So I get a little nervous about using verbiage that could be construed, as nefarious language. So I do like kind of the clear cutness of the conventional structure. Or I wonder if we move that, without increasing current tax rates to the bottom so that it's in there or something like that. But I kind of like the strong start of the conventional structure. That's kind of where I don't, that's as much as I can give in terms of my.
As I think about the language, I would like to see it say with funds that cannot be taken by the state and without increasing current estimated tax. But that's just. So I don't know, Jerry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, so you sort of have swayed me. I think when I'm looking at the difference, it's 44 million. I do want to, it's more important to land the ball in the basket than sort of have it bounce out. So I'm looking at the project list to see what is the difference on the projects we can do. Because I think right now then it's a trade-off of asking for 44 million more over some period of time versus some improved chances of passing. Mr. Scott, why do we have the word estimated in there? There's no way we can just say we're not, why is it estimated? Is it maybe?
Yeah, it's a good question. The law requires that the county set the tax rate at an amount that can pay back the debt.
Okay.
Okay, so let's take an example. Let's look at this page 8, if you have that. We're saying we estimate the tax rate. We believe the tax rate is going to be an extension of what it is now. And then in 2 years, assessed valuation drops 20%. Suddenly they have to actually raise the tax rate above that. So, so I don't think it's about being nefarious. I think it's about giving you room to say, no, that's why we said the estimate, because you're estimating it at that time.
Got it.
And I've argued it too, but the lawyers went on that. So.
All right, thank you.
Can I give some thoughts about just the project list as well?
Sure.
And HVAC improvements is priority 1, but then event space center is priority 3. And I know that with event space, we're talking about gyms. And one of the big things that we've gotten a lot of feedback on is like AC in the gyms, right? Or just
Like
having
what?
AC in the gyms.
Oh, yeah.
And so I'm trying to figure out if, or maybe this is a question for Todd, is the HVAC improvements inclusive of gyms?
It wasn't inclusive of the gyms. No, it was all of our existing AC units.
Okay.
All of our existing what?
HVAC units.
Oh.
Can I say one more thing about the tax rate?
Sure.
So if I can get you to look at any of these pages, doesn't matter, 8, 9, or 10. This is, as far as the district's ability to do a tax rate extension, this is the only election that have that choice. As you can see, if you look at the prior bonds, those bonds are going off. The only reason you're able to do it is because there's this cliff that's been occurring. And now you're able to tell it. If you say, okay, well, it didn't work. Let's try it. Let's go back and try it next time as a tax rate extension. No, that's gone.
Wait. And that's because it falls off in 28. But
Yes.
can we just do this again in 26, or no, it has to be a general election?
Yeah, you could do it in 26, but by that time we're out of room
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
because of the way the tax rates come in. Even though it falls off in 28, they wouldn't really come in until 28.
So what else do you need from us? Chris, what else do you need from us?
Well, a little bit more direction, because we can't formulate the resolution until we have the dollar amount. And the dollar amount then leads to the project list. I think we're getting somewhere close towards consensus on the ballot language, but we would still need to have the dollar amount for that.
Well,
Okay, so where are we on
Going on a tax rate extension, the dollar amount will be determined.
So where are we on the dollar amount? I've already said I'm at 306 million.
I think I actually would cast my vote now over for 306, just because the fact that this is our opportunity to have that language to say we're not keeping the tax rate constant. So switching my vote. Good job.
Where are you, Sylvia? Oh, I'm sorry.
You can go ahead.
I'm
You're ready.
also leaning to, feeling more comfortable with just tax rate extension.
Ava.
I'm still sticking to the 350 million just because the buffer of the costs of how things can turn out. If we're looking at the priorities 1, 2, 3, and our IT. Knowing that we don't have anything right now in terms of bond or parcel taxes. In terms of paying off, that's why the rate, the assumption of all those 3 examples, the assuming a 5% annual AV growth through 2025, and then afterwards 3.75, because one of our older bonds is paid off, then we're left with 1. So, well, if we were to go through this and if it does pass, then we only have 2.
So you're going with 350?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm looking less at the project list and more at what I think we can pass. And I don't know if we can pass 350. And we have lost so many elections in the last few years that I don't want to lose another one.
If I can just jump in, let me just be clear. Your probability of passing a tax rate extension is greater than your probability. That's just a given. How much greater? It's very hard to say. But if you're feeling like, I don't know if it's there, now our surveys are fun. There's no doubt about that. But it doesn't preclude you from coming back in 4 years or 8 years and asking again. My experience is that passing the second bond, has been a long time since you've passed the bond. Passing the second bond is easier than passing the first. It's getting that one up there. So.
And I don't know if this is your experience, but it seems to me that the more elections you lose, the more likely you are to lose the next one. Is that true?
That depends on what date.
Because we've lost a lot. Okay, so have we swayed you, or are you sticking by your guns?
I'm still sticking to it because we are doing this on the presidential year, and I think it was on the off year when we did the last Measure A, and there's going to be a higher voter turnout.
So we don't have Satish's opinion yet. So it looks like there are 3 of us in favor of 1 or the tax extension, and 1 in favor of the next level. So
Can, at some point, or I guess the question is, when we vote on this resolution, is this project list then set? Or can we still change the project list?
And that's a question I have about the process of changing the project. We have to change it, right? Because the project list has to match whatever we go out for.
Well, the project, Dale's project list is the master list. This is just what we are calculating the cost to be.
depending upon the value we go for, this project list gets realigned to the dollar amount.
So what's the process for?
So we need to determine the amount, which I think we've heard three that are going towards the 306, which is the extension language. I've heard from three of you. What that will then do is our project list. We may need to make some adjustments on it based on this 306, or is it broad enough right now as listed?
I think Chris and I would have to sit down and look at that. That's not a big swing, frankly. You know, $50 million over 10 years is where you put your inflation. So I'm not sure how much it's going to have to change. In facing situations like this in the past, what we've done, and I'm not trying to overcomplicate it, but what we've done is prepare multiple resolutions. So we have one resolution that has the projects in it. Here's the other resolution. Which one do you want to do? It's a little more, it's a little more tedious, but at some point you have to decide. Voting clears the mind.
Celia.
So I'm going back to the fact that when we made this facilities master plan, it was pre-pandemic, or it was maybe at the beginning of it, and things have changed. You know, we saw how facilities, I think we all looked at facilities differently after, during and after pandemic. And I'm wondering if we can have a process in which staff, not necessarily, committee, but like in which staff can relook at some of those things. I'm also thinking about the fact that, for example, at the time we had, there are 2 less school sites that were at the time included in kind of these calculations and these projects. And then we currently have, 2 or 3 school sites that suddenly have a different population, right? And more numbers than before, right? So for example, Mirror, when that walkthrough was being done prior to consolidation, I think the needs were different now that there's more students there. And I think those needs have changed, right? Like they can't have an assembly in their GLC because of the number of kids versus like before they could. So I just want to make sure that we have some kind of process in place where we can relook at some of these things. I think some of the needs have changed.
So I would speak to when the process went through in 2019 and that year long. These are still priorities because these are broad project lists. Our roofs are still leaky. Our grounds are still in repair. Our asphalt is still, so I don't see any of that majorly shifting. The GLC, for example, at Muir used to accommodate a much larger group when Muir was a larger site. And so that was why it wasn't identified by any of the stakeholder groups at their time. So I do think these are kind of those major overlaying. I don't see them changing. The repairs are still the repairs that we need. We haven't made any of these repairs or, we've been able to chip away at the fencing, but I think this list really does. That's what needs to be done at the sites.
Okay, so I need to kind of know where we are.
Okay. So we are at a process where we haven't even talked about the resolution because we needed these 3 components for the resolution. Tonight at our regular meeting, we were going to actually review the resolution to see if we could insert some of these amounts. I think we have 2 of the areas that we can insert is the dollar amount and the language. Dale's suggestion is to bring back resolutions that then maybe have different project lists, if I'm understanding correct.
Project amounts are just, and I think the ballot language is different. Because some people are saying, let's do a tax rate extension. That's a different dollar amount and a different ballot language. And you would think there's slightly different project list. Others are saying, no, I want to do the full amount. So
I thought I heard it.
I thought it was 3 to 1.
The majority are asking for the 306 and the extension.
Okay, very good.
So
Yes.
then it just comes down to that
In that
project
case,
list.
then we have the ballot language and the dollar amount, and the only thing that really needs to be looked at are the project is the project.
But I don't think we agreed on the ballot language containing both of those things, both that can't be taken by the state and the no tax increase. Did we agree on that?
I think the extension has both. It's just there, one is.
Oh,
at the front and one is at
how
the
you're gonna
bottom.
rearrange the wording. That's right, that's right. Okay. So do you, board members, do you agree it was 3-1 on the 305 and we don't have Satish, but it wouldn't matter? Because then it would be 3-2, right? Okay, so.
And so Mr. Scott will bring back you're gonna work on the ballot language between now and 6 o'clock or something, and then we'll see that? Is that, no, I'm sorry, serious question. Is that?
No,
the tenth or-
the ballot language will be essentially what you have asked for.
Okay,
It will not be essentially, it will be what you've asked for. And I have direction on that. No, you won't see it after 6 o'clock,
okay.
but you'll see it when the resolution is completed. Dollar amount is simple. The really only thing that remains, and I'm not sure, and we can look at the form of the resolution this evening if you'd like.
Mhm.
The only thing that remains is for Chris to give me a list of what that final project looks like, and I'll show you where it's dropped in.
So tonight, later at our meeting, we'll look at the actual resolution language because we didn't include the actual resolution language with this presentation. The resolution you'll look at tonight actually has these blanks, which now we could insert.
But, and tonight's item is only discussion,
Yes.
so, yeah, so we're good. I think we're all good. You agree? Sylvia, agree? Jerry, okay? Ava, okay?
I was looking at, sorry, I lost where it was, slide 14 in your presentation and overall slide 72. It says combined tax rate projected decline significantly in 2028, so like we're adding on an additional, if we were to go with the $350,024, a significant amount of that will drop in 2028 because we would have paid off one of the bonds that we have.
So
Yeah,
does that change anybody's mind, that information? Jerry, Sylvia, it doesn't change my mind. Okay, then I think we're still at 305. Okay. All right.
Thank you.
So I gotta find this. So do we have one more item on the,
More to go,
On the-
district office relocation.
all right,
All right, actually, the answer to.
Welcome to say.
About the COB. So after our last discussion with the board asked us to come back with some more financial information in terms of potential for financing, and so one of the options were to look at the overall amount that we are looking to lease annually and look at that, whether that's over 30 years or 15 years, or even consider lowering the amount, the annual amount by about $200,000. So I'll kind of go through the slide deck. We've gone through this before, but we started with why we ended up at Mary. Talked a little bit about the current terms and conditions at Mary right now. And just to let the board know that I did reach out to the end of properties, and I haven't gotten full confirmation whether they will allow us to pull back our termination notice or not, but I'm hoping to hear back by this evening. But these are the current terms of the Mary lease. We're at that pivotal point right now where if we don't leave, we will be locked in for the remaining 11 years on the lease. We've talked about the alternatives to moving to the DO to Meyerholtz. And then we started getting into the discussion about, well, are we going to move into Meyerholtz under which options and scenarios? So, oops, go back. Option one. I'm going.
Way ahead.
Option one, obviously, is to move the district office to Meyerholtz. Sorry,
I
challenge.
think there's a slide prior. If you go to slide 82.
Yeah.
There,
Okay,
because
so-
we did rename the options because the 1A.11B.2 was a little confusing for some of us, so.
All right, I'll start over here. So, okay, so we have now the new options. And they are the same options we've talked about. The first option was move to Meyerholtz, but no renovations, moving in as is. The new option 2 here is to borrow or lease the amount of about $8.67 million through the lease financing, and that was over a period of 30 years. And that would be the equivalent of what we're paying here in terms of annual rent. And again, remind everyone that none of this is coming out of the general fund. This is coming out of Fund 21, of our building fund. The newer option 3 here is we would be borrowing option 3 we would be borrowing $5.98 million to renovate. And that is based off of 15 years instead of 30 years.
At the current annual.
At the current annual rate of over $500,000, correct. Option 4 would be reducing the annual amount by $200,000. So instead of 590 something, now it's
343.
Yeah. That would generate about $5.38 million over 30 years. And then taking it just one step further, if we were still reduce the annual amount by 200,000 and only take the debt out for 15 years, it would generate about $3.68 million towards renovations. So those are the 5 options, and the 6th option, we'll talk a little about the staying put at Mary. And I think that's all we wanted. So those are the changes. That was the additional information that the board wanted. So we
And there's actually a slide that shows each of those illustrations as well.
So what's the cost of option 1? No renovations, just move.
Yeah, the moving costs.
I mean, I don't think we put a number on it yet. I mean, just with the school consolidations, we were probably, I don't know, under couple $100,000 to move. I mean, what we're hoping to do is try to not incur too much cost. If we can move ourselves, we would. It's all a matter of how many people are we trying to move at one time. There's no way we can move everyone at the same time. So kind of like we talked about moving student assignment over. Student assignment, we're actually going to probably do all in-house. We're not going to incur any extra outside services to do that, but it just depends on when the renovation will get done and how soon we can move it.
But if you move in as is, there's no renovation.
There's still a moving cost.
There'll be the moving cost, but as we shared last time, there wouldn't be any really money spent on fixing up the facilities, and there will be challenges, as we said. We may very well be occupying the entire campus with as many staff that we have and departments that we have. There isn't going to be much money to add any additional parking. So with the existing parking on the facility, it'll be relegated to then parking on the streets. So part of the renovation plan was to renovate the blacktop space to account for additional parking for the site.
And you can't park on it as is.
Well, there's still limitations because there's a shade structure out there. There isn't a driveway in there right now. It actually goes through Cooperville. So we're looking at bringing in the driveway on the backside off of Southfield Street. Yeah.
And I just have one other question, then I'm going to open it up to the board. So Are you saying if we occupy it as is, we cannot lease the 8 portables?
I mean, Todd was looking at it, it looked like we may need to use those 8 portables if we don't do any consolidation within the other rooms.
I would just add on as staff has explored this. I think there are a lot of challenges, a lot of concerns to relocate without any renovations. It's not set up as a functional office. There aren't any walls. Yes, we would make it do, but it's not going to be an efficient working space for employees. And so if that was the option that as a board, you were leaning towards, staff's recommendation or ask would be to remain at Mary Avenue versus a move over there without any renovations.
Okay, so where are the rest of you?
I have a question.
Okay.
Could you speak to these options, what we're getting, like option 5 is extended parking and 4 is parking plus something else. So we have, because you've given these different price points, but.
We don't have the scope of work at this
got
point
it.
because
So it's just.
this is kind of the direction then to the architect, go design something for 3 million.
3 million. Got it. Thank you.
I have a question in terms of, like, if it's option 5, for example, is that the entire campus, or is there still opportunities to lease out some of the portables with option 5?
Well, we haven't looked at that because option 1 was saying that we would probably need to occupy more of the campus than we originally planned to. Now with option 5, the ability to then renovate some of the main building spaces may allow us then to look at renting out some portion of the 8 portables, if not all 8, some portion of them.
Questions, Eva?
You were gonna say
I
something.
just had one question. Isn't option 2 through 5 revenue neutral to the district? Because of the rent that you're not paying,
It is, but it puts us in the.
right?
Yeah, there's no.
But then there's a school site you can't lease out.
But on each of
So
the
then it's, I don't
slides,
think
so
it's revenue.
they can see each
Well,
of.
At least my opinion. Other folks may disagree.
I left the last meeting
Oh.
expecting to see what is the least amount of money that we can do. First of all, I definitely want to move out of Mary Avenue. And go to Meyer Holtz. I don't quite like any of the options because I thought the ask was, what is the most affordable option, knowing how much to move is going to be, and we don't even have it in writing how much to move may be. But like, what is the most affordable option and what does that look like? Because right now you're asking us to approve X amount of money and have designer design that much. And I just want to know what's the minimum amount. And I understand in terms of space, if we're trying to convert a classroom into 4 office spaces, what's the most affordable way to do that? I mean, if you were to have a wall floor to ceiling for everybody, that definitely will increase the cost, I'm assuming. If we have certain kind of offices that will have floor to ceiling for those who wants to go online meeting, but then to have an open office space for regular things, that will significantly reduce cost. I'm just, because I feel comfortable approving money to say, oh, okay. And then you have no idea what it's going to be like. It's like someone saying, here, I'm going to give you, I'm just saying, like, $2 million, go build me a whatever house, and I have no idea what it looks like. I'd rather know, what does that money translate to what it looks like? That's where I'm coming from, and a little frustrated about that because I wanted to see what the actual cost would estimated to be in writing on there, and what is the minimum cost for what is needed in that space and still maintaining like within the parameters of the original plan and not occupying the space of the portables.
So can we flip the options and put option number 5 up if I'm hearing? So this was the minimum, this was taken into account that we would move to Meyerholtz. We would try to have cost savings from our current annual fee here, about $200,000 annual. It would generate a loan of about 345,000. I mean, excuse me, a loan of about 3.6 million. We would then have to go and have our architects design. What does that look like? Without knowing what the dollar amount is, it's really difficult to give an architect and say, plan this building. And so that was a starting point where we went. The information that we took back from our last meeting was didn't want to cost, didn't want to impede on the general fund, wanted to see where we could have some cost savings. If it were to be option 5 and you were to say, we are okay with a $3.6 million loan, but we do not want you to use those 8 portables because we want those 8 portables to be leased out. We want Cooper to continue to be operable over there. Then what we would have to do is go back with that 3.6 million and say, we need you to design and here's our specific needs that we have. So it's really hard for us to come in, you know, I understand your frustration, but it's really hard for us to come in without knowing any of those parameters.
Okay, anybody? Let's kind of share where we are.
Sure. I think my position really hasn't changed. I'm still in favor of option 6. What I see here, there's an arbitrage opportunity. We can stay here at $1.90 a square foot, 10 years of below market rate. I don't know why we would want to give that up and then go occupy space that. So Regnar, we got $4 a square foot. Right now, our property is about $2.50 a square foot. So let's say we get $2.53 a square foot. So I'm basically seeing 1 through 5 is saying giving up the $1.90 a square foot, go occupy property that you could get $3 a square foot for. Now, then I would think, what's the problem we're trying to solve here? Is it the place is haunted? That's a joke. I know it's not haunted, but I guess I'm struggling with having a concrete ROI on the money we're going to spend. So even on this option, we're taking out a loan for 3.8 million. Once you include debt service at the net present value, it more than doubles. So we're basically spending $8 million in today's dollars over the next 15 years to solve a problem. And I don't know what that problem is. I've heard a few things. I've heard maybe we could make room for a central kitchen somewhere, or maybe there is like we get a nice dais, and so supposed to this is like a PTA meeting and just shove tables together. I guess I'm looking for concrete things like that. I understand the sort of it's nice to be in a place you own. So anything, you know, I would prefer that also. But again, like I said earlier, it's really about this versus something else. That $8 million could be spent on something else. And so I ask myself, do I want to spend it on this? Do I want to spend it in the classroom? Do I want to? So for me, it's a relative measure. It's not enough for me to say, oh, this is nice to have, because everything has an opportunity cost. So I think if option 6 is an option, I would go for option 6. If option 6 is not an option, I don't think we can move there and not touch it. I mean, this is ridiculous to just kind of move a bunch of people into the classroom. So if 6 is not an option, then I think it would have to be something like this, like a 5 would be the least thing. But I'm really looking at it from an ROI standpoint. I guess I'm not seeing a concrete sort of the problem we're solving. Now, making space for a kitchen is great. I don't know if there are inefficiencies with this office. There's not a good big meeting space, but I'm looking for things like that. But things like some of the more intangibles for me, I think just looking at it from a sort of a dollars and cents standpoint just doesn't make sense to me because there's this arbitrage opportunity. We have a rate locked in for the next 10 years. And so I know the modeling here kind of makes it look the same, but it assumes that we're going to lease for the next 30 years. That's not what I'm advocating. I'm advocating for leasing for the next 10 years. And then sometime before that, we switch over. But really just leverage the $1.90 square foot rent that we get here. So I think it really hasn't changed, but thanks.
Okay, Sylvia, Ava, one of you want to weigh in? I will if you don't. I'm with Jerry. I think even if the rent went to 800,000, whatever, what are we paying now? 550?
We're at $1.
Even if it went to like 850 here, the money we can generate from Meyerholtz, it doesn't wash for me. It doesn't make sense. It makes more sense for me to stay. Ava, Sylvia?
I think, go ahead.
So, just to reflect on what you're saying, Jerry, in terms of, so in your head, kind of like stay here for another, through the end of the lease with the intention of moving before the lease
Yes,
ends.
right.
So, and in terms of moving to Meyerholtz,
Assuming that's.
Or to
campus.
Sarah, or to somewhere else.
but moving to a place that we own
Yes,
versus like moving to another rental
Right.
facility.
yes.
So basically it's kind of, it's not dissimilar to what I'm advocating for. It's just postponing it. Right. I mean, I'm still in favor of moving to Meyerholtz earlier than later. I would be interested in seeing option 5, the cost mitigated by what the revenue could be. That would help make that number even smaller, basically. Because it is kind of that, the numbers that we're looking at are purely the the cost without thinking about like, well, actually that number could be smaller. So I'd want to see what that is, but I still think that I think central kitchen is a big thing, like we've been talking about it for 2 years and about the need for it. We know that there's a big need for it. And it seems like there is an opportunity to make that happen rather than waiting another 10 years for that opportunity. We know from the bond survey that central kitchen was not high on the list in terms of what people were in favor of. And so it really does seem like there is that additional benefit of creating it's solving two problems with one bird in the hand. I don't know, whatever the idiom is. So I mean, I think those two things are compelling to me. I like the smaller number. I like the idea of doing it with a minimal amount of renovation in order to make it efficient. Like I wouldn't want to move our district staff and make things harder for them, right? It makes more sense that there's some benefit to moving them there, whatever that might be. Or maybe it means moving. I'd be curious about maybe moving some departments there to, I don't know. Maybe not.
Just add to that, because that is one of the challenges that we have now, just being split with our MOT and having 2 separate campuses and then to have 3 separate campuses.
Okay.
I would envision there'd be additional challenges.
Okay.
That was all my.
Okay. So there is that benefit of putting everybody in one site, because there is that challenge of currently having 2 different sites and making it difficult administratively. So I do see these opportunities, and I think that there's ways that we can mitigate some of that cost.
And if I may, I'm sorry, I'm interjecting in front of you. But I just do want to roll back and reset. The initial conversations really were as we were going through the 7-Eleven committee work and identifying what some possible needs were, or areas that a closed campus could be used for. And one of theirs was, relocating district office. Prior to many of us coming into the district, when district office was in another location, apparently it was a short term and to look. And so, I think this full initial conversation really was that. I think we all believe in our mind that, being somewhere where we own is always probably financially, or for the most part, financially the best choice. But whether it's now or, as we get to weigh, and there's other needs for the district, and, there is some advantage to leasing out Meyerholtz, and you have an ongoing revenue stream that actually pays for what we're staying here. Yes, we don't own it. There could be other opportunities coming down the road in 10 years. It does look like we could stay here for other amount. The ideal location I think we came up for the central kitchen is over at the MOT. It doesn't mean it's the only location. We also have our TRC and our kit stop that, we've kind of explored to see if the central kitchen could fit there. So one may have ranked higher than the other, but it doesn't exclude from some of those other options that we have as well. And again, I appreciate the input because it would be very difficult to move a district office with no renovations and, expect staff to be efficient workers and run as they would be able to do here. Just wanted to add some
Okay, we haven't heard
clarification.
from Ava.
So I still like the idea of moving out of the Mary location. When we looked at the central kitchen options, that the MOT was the best option because it had the least amount of cost to build up and have a working central kitchen that can accommodate the demand of food for our students. Looking in the comment that Jerry made about the dais, I'm a teacher, I work at a high school, and my tables that we use in the classroom, they're definitely more than 10 years old. And I'm happy with using the tables that we have now and have them rolled into Meyer Holtz. It's about what can we work with, not how nice the furniture is. And it's about practicality. And if we can afford looking at the highest option two, the highest that we can pay for a loan, which is 500 annual debt service of 543,621. And then if you look at, I guess, whatever option 5 gives us, which I have no idea how much that construction gives us, the project funding of 3,685,224 divided by the highest in which we can pay is about 6.73 years without taking out a loan. We're just saying how much you can accumulate or save. And then we don't have to go into debt and pay so much money in terms of interest over the years. So I'm up for moving. I like to look at it saying like the minimal cost. Like I'm okay with having a dais with the tables that we have now. It worked fine last couple times that we were in Meyer Holtz. It's just the space was bigger, and technically I don't think we need that big of a space either, because I do like seeing y'all in closer proximity. But I think I'd like to know, I don't want to repeat myself, but I think if we can afford $543,621 to pay, it will only take like about 7 years to get that much. So I'm not sure if like how construction works and all that in terms of upgrade, or like, can we upgrade building by building every year based on how much we have in the building fund. And I don't know how much we have in the building fund to use for the purpose of upgrading. So that might be the question too. But like, I don't feel comfortable staying, like, what's the amount, if we were to stay here, how many year lease is that?
11 more.
And that goes up, and it goes up in 2025 to $546,000, which is around $3,000 more than how much we're paying. So maybe what will help me too is how much do we have in the building fund every year about?
And if I can just to clarify or see if I can summarize, so if I'm hearing you correctly, are you looking at moving to Meyer Holtz without taking out a loan and then utilizing what we would have been paying as an annual amount and each year doing approximately $500,000 worth of renovations each year? Because
Or
we're not.
more if we have more in the building fund, because none of this is coming from the general fund, right? I don't know what, like, we have? I think we have more than that, because I remember looking at it, it's like,
Well, the
$2
building
million.
fund is there to support all of our structures throughout the district. So if we chose to shift building fund monies for the district office,
A large share of it is going to contribute to our maintenance.
Yeah, but how much do we have?
So that's all of our leased properties. I don't have the amount. I can get that for.
So let me see if I can you summarize what we're hearing? Jerry and I agree. I got that.
I got you
I'm not
down as
exactly
option
Sure,
six.
Sylvia, you want to move.
I would like to move. I'm intrigued by this idea of is it even possible to move, do renovations, but do it without borrowing and do it just with with the amount that we're currently spending on rent. So, and I don't know, maybe that's like, are we talking like, okay, well, this year we'll do this half of the wall and next year we'll do the other half of the wall. I mean,
But I
maybe
don't-
that just doesn't work.
We have no
But I'm
idea,
curious about
like,
that
how
idea.
much
And
that would
so-
give us for the minimum.
So you're on the side of moving,
Yes.
even if it means borrowing money. I mean, you're not, the money thing is okay for you. Or you only want to do it if we can renovate like Stacy just described.
What was your description?
So if I summarize what I thought I heard you saying is that move to Meyer Holtz without any renovations, but the renovations that do occur would be based on the savings that we'd have from not paying out annual amounts. So approximately 500,000 we'd have to do during year 1, year 2, we'd have another 500,000, year 3. And then once we completed renovations, then that would become
Yeah, I
a
mean, but like,
savings for
it's
us.
hard to know how long that would take based on like how much we, because I think the amount was based off, and I'm assuming the rent that we would be paying the most. And if I remember reading I don't have the exact amount, but I remember it was significantly more of what we have in the building fund that we accumulate, but I don't know what we can get the most out of that building fund so that we can fund some construction and looking at what are the ways in which is the least amount of cost. The wall example, for instance, and like using the existing furniture we have, because I think the furniture is pretty nice. It's definitely a lot newer than the furniture I have at home and furniture where I teach. So this is sufficient. We've had meetings with this furniture, so.
So what else do you want from us? I'm not sure you got what you want.
So we need a little bit of direction because one, we have to, if we are staying here, we do need to follow through on meeting with our landlords to make sure that that's confirmation that we are able to stay. We don't have 100% confirmation, but it certainly sounds like that would work for us, but we would need to notice they do have it on the market right now to lease it out. I am a little concerned with exploring using our building funds because, although we said we didn't want to use our general funds, we also didn't have an intent to use any additional building funds. We're already taking the money that we pay for our annual lease here out of our building funds. And so if we take more money out of there, that does take away from our schools and our other facilities where that hadn't been our original intent. We really were trying not to affect other funds, and that was the purpose we were looking out for a loan. So I do have some concerns with pursuing that one. But again, at the will of the board, what the decision is there. Also teach.
So what's the drop dead date here? When are you, well, the first question is, when are you gonna know if we can stay?
Sounds like within the next week or so.
Our landlord was out of the country, so he was supposed to be back today.
Okay.
So I reached out to them early this morning and they said they would get back today. I said, well, that's great. I have board meeting tonight.
Okay, so we don't know when. Okay, so we need to know that if we can stay here, and we need to know if that's the will of the board. And we need to know if what Satish wants to do.
So we could put this on for the June 5th. That's about a week and a half. We can bring it back on June 5th. And I believe we'd have our 5th board member here. We would have a confirmation, but we know what you're.
You know what I'm, yeah,
Yeah,
I'm firm.
I think we know.
I'm firm on what I want. Sylvia.
So if we are bringing this back for another time, I would like to see what it was, at least the numbers of like, if there's renting out X number of portables, how that would, how the numbers would change for option 5.
Well, I want to make the broad assumption that if going with that option 5 and determining how much of the campus can be leased out, then I would ask them, we're saying that we're going to still manage to squeeze everyone into all of the buildings with the exception of the 8 portables. Because again, it's hard to say how much space we need to spread ourselves out if we can't do consolidate strategies within the spaces. But I would want to make them the assumption that we're going to stay into the 3 main buildings that we showed before, the GLC and the 2 wings, not encroach into those 8 portables. And then we can determine what the potential is to lease that out to offset any of this renovation cost. So that's clear. So I don't know what that looks like, but we're just going to assume for this purpose that we're going to just squeeze ourselves in there and then evaluate then the revenue offset for the equivalent of 8 classrooms.
Is there any other additional?
Oh, yeah, another point that I forgot to mention, I'm sorry, is that when we were going to look into renting out Meyer Holtz and Regnar, and we put it out there, maybe, correct me if I'm wrong, there were people more interested in Regnar because the facilities were newer and there were more updates to it. And I don't remember how much interest there was to Meyer Holtz, and it seemed like it.
We didn't market Meyer Holtz.
Meyer Holtz, they weren't even included, and it was only Regnar that was put out on their RFP.
Probably be useful to know. What I learned from Regnar is that if we rent it out piece by piece, we don't get as much as if we rented out the whole facility, right? So how much it would cost to rent out Meyer Holtz? But also, like, when I say I want to move, it's not like I didn't like any of the options. It's not like, number one, not have anything to accommodate and to be able to consolidate. I'm hoping that there is a number that is lower, or we can do it in stages. So,
but we didn't put Meyer Health out on the RFP at the time, and that was based on, again, the 7-Eleven committee, and we, as a discussion then, we were exploring to relocate the district office over there, but also reflecting on what Terra Realty shared with us last board meeting is just a difference, of zip codes. You have a San Jose versus a Cupertino, and that might have been part of the reason why we got that higher amount for the Regnar. But we were also able to lease it all out. Where absolutely, I think leasing an entire facility you're going to get a better price than piecing it out.
Okay, anything else on the Meyer Holtz topics? Sylvia.
Sorry. So I guess talking about that a little bit, because I know that if we were to rent it out, but then basically say we're taking it back in 10 years, I wonder, I would be concerned about if we could get somebody who would be willing to just be there for 10 years. So that's just something to kind of also consider, because I'm open to this idea of, okay, maybe like moving there in 10 years and saving up enough money to make that move and not have to, borrow money. But then that's an ideal world in which we get a renter who would pay to just be there 10 years. And I just don't know. So, yeah.
Well, and I think I would just say maybe we don't limit ourselves to that, to say in 10 years, we're moving to Meyerholtz. Holtz. What could be said is if we stay here, within those 10 years, we begin to explore what are the other possibilities for the district office. You know, we have other piece of property that we are still having a discussion, bringing to the board. We have Finch property that we've talked about an exchange process for, you know, so I think there's other options that could be explored within that 10 years. Without confining to say we are moving to Meyerholtz. I think, you know, what that time does is allow a little different exploration, see what else is out there.
We could also, with, Montebello, you know, if we, depending on what happens with that, there's a very timeline of when we would get the, note for Montebello too. And then, like you said, another player would be the Finch property.
So I think we have enough to bring back on June 5th. We'll get some additional information and some answers on this. Bring it back on June.
And I would not like to see us lock in on either 10 years or I would like to.
For the district office.
For the district office. So we stay here. And then, as you said, we explore. I don't think we say, okay, we're going to stay here and then in 10 years, we're going to do this and we're going to do it at this place. I don't think we can say that. I think it's too soon. So I think we, if it's agreed that we stay here, then we explore other possibilities over the next 10 years.
Is it possible to see how much it would cost with some consolidation, the least amount of cost for that and what that looks like? What's that?
I'm not quite tracking. So the consolidation of this space?
No, if we were to move to Meyerholtz, and there must be some work done so that we can all fit, right, in the buildings. That's what you're saying. That at least that's what I'm hearing you saying. And that, like, that would be the least amount of cost. Or are you saying that this option 5 is the least amount of cost?
Well, I'm not saying that option 5 is the least amount that we would finance to do the work. Right? The cost is all relevant to what we want to do. I mean, if we don't want to put in any extra power data and we're just going to use existing power in the classrooms, then yeah, you're not investing anything more into those existing spaces. But that's not the reality. The reality is that those classrooms aren't set up to accommodate 10 people working in a bunch of workstations.
And I would say that there would always be a concern is if we move and then we get over there and we begin to incur those costs because of things that aren't functioning or, the electrical, I think that would be the one thing that I would be really hesitant because then that money would have to come from somewhere. I think at the bottom, we had always been trying to avoid general fund or taking money away from any of our programs or our students. So, it's always keeping that in the back of our minds too.
I just think $5 million is a lot of money, and if we can do it with the minimum amount of money, then we can use that towards the students or maybe maintenance, however it is. So
bring back some options.
Okay.
7, 8, 9, and 10.
More options. Okay, and I think that we're ready to adjourn.
I think so.
Okay, we're adjourned
Thank you, Dale.
at whatever time it is.
4:50.